Good morning, everyone. Welcome to day two of Silicon Plain CI Summit. Today, we continue the momentum that we had yesterday with interactive sessions. And for the first session of the day, the knowledge session of the day, I would like to invite Mr. Imran Ansari to introduce our next distinguished guest.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for the introduction, and what a session yesterday. It was so much that we got to learn from the students, the innovators. And I think today it is a fantastic session for the innovators and students to learn from the industry experts, which is ICAM. So what we spent yesterday is discussing the atoms of the factories and the bits of a code. But every builder in this room knows, to make this product into a live model, we need capital and money. I'll share a story about us in Discoverrlabs.ai. What we did is we actually created a product called Branch Chain. And to take the product to the market, we actually spent 3 years developing the product and making it to nearly about 20 companies. End of the day, what we needed is a lot of funds to actually go in the market in a resounding way. What we had is 20 to 25 slides, and then we contacted Hi, who actually helped us to reduce the slides to 5 and take it to the market to actually raise a lot of capital for us. In the high stakes world of industry AI, raising money isn't just about a spreadsheet. It is an art form. It is an ability to take complex engineering and translate into $1 million. And this is where Hi Camp today will come and help us to understand. He comes from industry background. He comes from an area where he will help us to raise the capital. He will explain the art form of raising the capital. He is a founder of Pitch Deck, a master storyteller. What we're going to learn today is incredible amount of knowledge that we get from him for the 45 minutes. Please welcome Hi Cam, the founder of Pitch Deck. Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Can we do a quick mic check? Hi.
Hello, I'm here.
Can we swap the screen, please? Thank you.
Hello, everybody. Really good to see you all. Thank you so much for coming, and I'm so excited to be talking to you all, coming to you live from San Francisco today. I moved here about 10 years ago and have been flowing around the startup ecosystem ever since. So
recording in progress.
So what I would like to talk to you guys about today is really about the magic and art of raising funding. And I decided to put a bit of a fun spin on it today. So what we're going to be looking at is the top 10 most common mistakes that people make in building a pitch deck and raising money, and what to do about those things. Before I do that, I briefly wanted to tell you guys a little bit about who I am and what I'm doing here. So I have a journalism degree. I've worked in journalism for many years. I was a TV producer for many years, and I worked at TechCrunch. At TechCrunch, I wrote more than 100 pitch deck teardowns. What that is basically I took a pitch deck that worked, and I explained to people what worked about it and what doesn't work. So if you go on TechCrunch, you can find those. Check that out. I founded 5 companies myself. The first one I kind of did by accident, to be honest. I wanted to do a Kickstarter campaign and ended up really just, it became very successful. The company ran for 7 years. We shipped something like 200,000 products to 90-something countries. And that had me hooked. I did a whole bunch of additional companies since then. I did a B2B SaaS company that was doing digital signage. So here in the US, if you go to a Verizon or a T-Mobile store to buy a new cell phone, you will find our screens up everywhere. I did a B2B healthcare company. So I was working on helping figure out how to make healthcare better and easier, working with people at end-of-life care. And after all of that, I ended up as a director of portfolio at a venture firm here in San Francisco. As a director of portfolio, I was essentially the first point of contact for more than 100 startups. And that was really where I really got my passion for fundraising. I helped tons of companies raising money. And when I left the venture firm, I continued doing that. So I started a company called Pitch Guide and have been helping people raise funding ever since. These days, I'm the head of AI for a company called Editorialist, where I'm helping build the future of editorial. And I've done a lot of other weird stuff too. I've written 20 books about photography. I was a police officer in London for 4 years. I've lived on 4 different continents. I've done all sorts of things. But today, and as you can tell from this picture, I look suspiciously like an AI. Okay, so let's talk about what we're actually needing to understand about VC in order to deeply understand how to raise funding. One of the things that I often notice that people get wrong is that they don't fully understand who the audience is. In other words, you have to fully understand how VC works. Most of you will know this, but let me do a quick recap, because if we get this wrong, you don't really go anywhere. So venture capital firms typically have partners or general partners. They're responsible for finding startups and deploying the money. They are the ones who go out to limited partners. They're the ones who actually invest the money. So limited partners are huge funds. They might be universities, they might be pension funds, corporations, and these funds are actually pretty conservative. They have a huge endowment, but they have a small amount of money that they spend on high risk capital. And VC might be one of those high risk capitals, right? And that means that VC is really the fun, exciting, sexy part of their portfolio. In order to raise from these LPs, though, these VC firms have to stand out. To stand out, they need to have a competitive advantage or a unique selling point, etc., right? And so for you to really understand what the VCs are doing, you have to understand what those competitive differences are. So they might be geographically limited. You might find investors that only invest in India or Australia or Europe or San Francisco. You might find companies that are limited by stage. So they might, for example, limit based on early stage or right before IPO, etc. Others might limit just on certain verticals. So there's funds out there that only invest in hardware. These days, absolutely everybody invests in AI, apt for this conference perhaps. But what you have to know more than anything else is that these VCs will all have a investment thesis. And this investment thesis really talks to the type of companies they will invest in. When you're raising funding, it's really important to do your research really well. If your startup falls outside of this investment thesis, it's pointless to even pitch at these investors. So make sure you understand that and make sure that you really kind of customize your pitch to these investors. The other thing you need to know is that venture investors have a portfolio approach. And what that really means is that per fund, they might do 20 to 30 investments, and many of those investments will not generate a return, right? A lot of these companies will go out of business. They will not really do anything really interesting from a financial point of view. What that means is that for companies that do generate a return, they have to have the possibility at generating a huge return. And so one of the things founders often get wrong is that they don't truly explain how they could be a fund returner, i.e., if these investors invest in you, in your startup, is there a possibility, however small, that your startup will return the entire fund? If that possibility doesn't exist, you're talking to the wrong people. VCs absolutely need to see that you are potentially a fund returner. So if they invest 1 million, could they get $50 million back? If that's completely impossible, you're doing the wrong thing. You're talking to the wrong people. So within this, my piece of advice is make sure that you deeply and fully understand how VC works and tell the story in a way that helps that means that the VC has a fighting chance at getting their money back. So the next thing people get a little bit wrong is, look, when you are a VC, you see tons and tons of startups, right? Day in, day out, they see startups. And the thing is, your idea is probably not new. Maybe that's a terrible thing to say, but when I was in VC, we saw the same thing pitched again, right? And so how are you going to stand out from all the other startups that are pitching very similar things? In this age of AI, especially, like, it's very quick to develop new software. What is it about you, i.e. you as a founder, that is different from everybody else they might be looking at? What VCs usually call this is founder market fit. So you as the founder, is there something about you specifically that is unique or different or whatnot, right? I always think about the concept of simultaneous invention. Like, when the time is right, the right ideas bubble to the top. There's some historical examples of this. The crossbow was invented at the same time in about 5 different places. Whenever a Nobel Prize is handed out for, say, chemistry or physics, almost without fail, there's people around the world working on exactly the same thing. So in other words, whatever you're doing with your startup, other people are probably working on that thing already. And so the question is, your founding team, what is it about your team that gives you a fighting chance that is different or more competitive or gives you a bigger chance to be successful? And so really the question is, hand on heart, why are you the best team in the world to solve this problem? Do you have a PhD? If so, you're probably one of the most foremost experts on what you're doing, right? Do you have 20 years of experience? Do you have everybody in this space in your Rolodex? Investors are in the business of picking the winners. One good example of that is Sequoia. So Sequoia is a big investor here in Silicon Valley, and they looked at a lot of startups looking in the kind of hotel disruptor space before they eventually invested in Airbnb. They were like, we think this is going to be a winner, we're going to back them. And you might find yourself in the same solution, right? Or a same situation where a bunch of investors are looking at a bunch of different startups in similar spaces. And what it ultimately is likely to boil down to is this: do you have the founder market fit, and does that set you apart from all the potential competitors? The trick is to tell that story in a way that really compels the investors to go, oh, this is a good idea in a good space, and if we don't invest in this, we're going to miss out. So creating that FOMO early on is going to be crucial. The other thing that people often get wrong is competitor awareness. Sometimes I see investors that claim, or sometimes I see startups that claim that they don't have competitors. If you don't have competitors, there's probably no market for what you're trying to solve. So you almost certainly have competitors, and you need to tell the story of them in your pitch to your investors in a way that really works. If you don't have competitors, you don't have a market. But even if there's no direct competitors, there will probably be competitive alternatives. One example of that is Netflix. Netflix did a massive analysis, and they were like, who is our biggest competitor? And it turns out their biggest competitor wasn't Hulu or HBO or television or anything. Their biggest competitor was sleep. So people are either watching our episode on Netflix or they're going to sleep. So think about it that way. Like, what are the competitive alternatives to what you are doing? And is that enough? Is being different enough to really get what you need to do across? One example I like to use is, like, if you are the first Luxembourg cuisine in the US, that doesn't mean that there's no competitors, right? People like Italian food, people like Indian food, people like Mexican food. Just being unique is not enough. Think about how to tell the story of your competitive alternatives and what the competitor behavior is around that. That means you have to be really honest and really well informed about who is out there. If you sell exercise bikes, Peloton is your competitor, but the local gym is also a competitor, the park, a rowing machine. And so the way to think about this, and a really helpful framework for thinking about a competitive landscape, is how are your customers spending their dollars or rupees right now to solve the problem? It's really important also to not underestimate your competitors. I see so many startups that go, oh, well, Microsoft is doing this, but they don't know what they're doing, right? That's often true. Like often Microsoft doesn't know what they're doing, but they're huge. They can outspend you and they have incredible reach. So take them seriously. Do a good SWOT analysis of each of your competitors and figure out where they're weak. And as part of that, you're able to tell the story of how your startup is going to stand out. The final thing I'll say is don't be scared. There's a lot of startup founders I talk to who seem to be somehow scared of the startups they're working with. You really don't have to be. Like, there's a reason why you found enough interest for starting this company. So tell your story and move on. There's like, you don't have to get all terrified. Another thing people often get somewhat wrong is not really talking about the business model in a meaningful way. Now, if you're following any template on the internet, including mine, there'll be a business model slide, or at least a pricing slide in there somewhere. And your business model is kind of a holistic view of your company expressed in numbers. And so some of the questions you might ask yourself is, how are you going to get your customers? You know, where are they going to come from? What is your customer acquisition cost? What is your lifetime value? How can you increase your CAC to LTV ratio and all that kind of thing, right? The other thing you have to explain is, how are you going to make money? Absolutely crucial, but often, like, you have to really explain what is the flow that a customer sees from figuring out that you exist to actually being able to choose to use you as a business. So that might mean you charge a subscription that works for SaaS, for example. You might have service fees. You might just charge money for selling something. If you've ever been to a shop, you recognize this one. You might do licensing. But the crucial thing is to have a really clearly articulated version of what your business model is. The other thing you have to keep in mind is you only get to have one business model. Now, a lot of people say, well, Google has lots of business models. Well, yes, they do. But Google also has 100,000 employees, right? They can do advertising, hardware products, subscriptions, licensing. But the truth is, you're not Google. You're not going to be Google for a while. That's totally fine. But as an early stage startup, one of the common mistakes I see is that people get very tempted to have lots of business models because more is better, right? Well, if this one doesn't work, then that one works. The problem is each business model has its own idiosyncrasies, right? If you sell to government, you're probably going to have really long sales cycles. You need to have a specialized team. You need to have an in. If you're selling to businesses, shorter sales cycles, but you're probably still going to have a sales force of some sort. It's very rare that businesses just go to other businesses to start buying things. If you're selling to end consumers, or if you're a B2C company, it's different again. Like you have to think about advertising, you have to think about marketing, but you probably don't have as much of a sales force. When you're trying to invest, when you're trying to raise money from investors, if you come up with like 30 different business models, the investors, what they will see is like, I'm really sorry, but you're not focused enough. I don't believe that you're going to be able to do what you say you're going to do, because nobody is an expert in more than one business model right out of the gate. Focus, focus, focus. That's really the name of the game when you're trying to raise money first time. The other thing I often see people get wrong is market sizing. Now, every deck needs a market size slide. And what the investor is looking for here is recognizing that there's a huge market, and ideally that market is growing. A lot of founders get that painfully wrong. Now, there's two main approaches for doing this. One is a top-down approach. It's the most common for startups of most kinds. So basically, that's your most common way of expressing this is TAM, SAM, SUM. So that's your total addressable market. So that's the total size of the entire market as you can imagine. For example, you might say all advertising spend in the US, that was about $325 billion last year. That's a huge TAM, right? So, okay, within this space, can you take a reasonable slice of $325 billion? Maybe, but at least we know that there's room to grow. The next part is your SAM, so that's your serviceable addressable market. This is the part of the market you're actually addressing. If you are an online business, then the spending on billboards or TV ads is probably completely irrelevant. So if you're saying, okay, we're an online advertising business, so we focus on all the online ad spend in the US. International ad spend is irrelevant. TV advertising is irrelevant. So make sure you really talk about what is your serviceable market. And then finally, you have your SUM, that's your obtainable markets. What that is, that's the size, that's a part of the market that you can reasonably capture in the next few years. So you might say, okay, we think we have a plan for capturing 10% of that market, right? And so just to do the math on that, if you have a $325 billion market, you're saying, okay, actually, we're only going after the online market, so that is $260 billion, and 10% of that is $26 billion. Now, if you can say, hey, we have a realistic obtainable market of $26 billion, then you're going to be an absolutely enormous company. So that really just ticks the box. You're good to go. People understand. If that is really tricky to figure out for your particular business, the other way to do this is bottom-up pricing. So with bottom-up pricing, what you end up doing is kind of flipping it on its head. So you're saying, okay, how many customers are there out there? So if you're making a replacement for, say, a microwave, but it's priced differently and it's completely different from any other microwave oven out there, you might say, okay, our target audience is everybody who has a microwave oven, right? There's about 140 million homes here in the US. 90% of them have a microwave. That means that your market size, the upper bound of this particular market, is 125 million units, right? You take that and you multiply that with your revenue. So take the number of microwaves in the US or in India or whatever your market is, and you say, okay, we're going to multiply it by the value of the product. So if you're selling a $1,000 microwave, you say, okay, well, we started with 125 million units, multiply it by 1,000. So now the market size is $125 billion. Now, that's not actually the full obtainable market because you're not going to get the entire market share, right? People can buy a microwave for $100. You're not going to replace it. Not everybody's going to replace it with a $1,000 microwave. So you figure out what is your market share. And you say, okay, well, we think we can get a 5% market share. That means that the overall market here is $6 billion. Being able to be really conversant in those numbers and really being able to say, hey, I understand what this market is. I know how I'm going to get these customers, and this is my market size. Telling a believable story here is crucial, but you have to measure the right thing. Some of you may have gone, wait a minute, hi, why are you talking about advertising spend? That's not going to be the revenue of the company. And that's a really common mistake I see in startups. So for example, if you are a car dealership and you sell $100 million worth of cars, that is your GMV, that's 100 million. That doesn't mean that you did $100 million worth of revenue, right? So make sure you actually count the right thing. If you are eBay and you sell $1 trillion worth of product, that doesn't mean that you have $1 trillion worth of revenue. It means you have 7% or whatever the amount at eBay is. That's your revenue. Investors get incredibly bored of startups talking about the wrong numbers. So be focused on like, hey, we think that this is our market size. This is our obtainable part of the market. And honestly, at the stage that we're all at the early stages, as long as you can paint a broad picture of like, hey, this is a huge market, that usually ticks the box. You don't have to worry about it. People understand that it's kind of a little bit hand wavy. Precise market sizing can be important, but that typically becomes important if you're trying to do business plans or if you're trying to put together like your MBA, Or if you're slightly later stage, if it feels like you're saturating the market, then there might be a good argument for figuring out exactly what the market size is. When you're just starting out, don't worry about it. As long as you can tick the box and say, yeah, this market is enormous, that's probably all you have to explain. One thing I want to talk about is, surprisingly often, I see companies trying to raise money with a great product that lots of people want. But what they are raising money for is a feature, not a company. What I mean by that is, answer this question. Is your company fully dependent on another company? One example of that from a while ago was Twitter, now known as X. They turned off their API and a lot of, or the free version of the API. And a lot of really good and successful companies were suddenly dead because they were fully dependent on Twitter existing, Twitter having an API, and you being able to use that API for free. These are really important assumptions you're making about your company. And if those assumptions turn out to be wrong, that could prove catastrophic. And really what the investors are doing here are thinking about, what is the risk profile of this company we're about to invest in? So is your company dependent on another company? Like, are you a plugin for WordPress? Are you doing better playlists for Spotify? Are you like, those are all really good products, but it's hard to think of that about that as a startup that is worthy of existing in isolation from itself. And so that really plays into the previous point I was making, which is, what is the market size for your product? And if your the product you're selling is automatically and inherently limited by the size of another company, you're going to struggle. Salesforce is huge, Adobe is huge, WordPress is huge. But even if those companies are huge and you are creating a very successful plugin for one of those companies, that doesn't necessarily mean that this is a viable business, because it drastically reduces the TAM, the total addressable market, for the company you're doing. I mention this especially in this context because often people coming out of universities or people starting their first startup haven't thought fully through what the glass ceiling, what the ultimate max limit is of their company. And so think that through and play that all the way through to the end. Because if you recognize now that your TAM is limited, then maybe you still have time to rethink what your company is. Further down the line, that becomes much harder. And if you don't figure it out until investors start telling you, hey, this is not actually a business, it happens more often than you might think. Another very common mistake is ignoring timing. Now, I already talked briefly about simultaneous invention, right? So it's very rare to have a completely unique idea. Your company showed up today, not 5 years ago, not 5 years from now, right? And there are a ton of companies that showed up way ahead of their time. And so really what you're trying to do as part of your pitch, either as a separate slide or as part of your overall narrative, is to say, hey, why is now the time? Or if you're into ice hockey, in the words of Wayne Gretzky, we know where the puck is. Do you know where the puck is going? And are you skating over there? And there's a few different things you can do as a founder to think about that. One is macroeconomics, like what is happening in the world socially or economically that makes this company possible now. Like a few years ago, there was the COVID-19 pandemic. I happened to start a company that did virtual events. This is why I have all this fancy setup and I can move my head around like this. But the point is, I, by pure dumb luck, launched a virtual events platform 3 weeks into the lockdown. And we made bank for a minute. And so the macroeconomic piece of that was, if you think about something like a pandemic, what is influenced by that? Well, virtual events, yes. Telehealth, mRNA vaccines, remote work. You know, the world is never going to be the same post-COVID. But COVID kind of came out of nowhere, right? There are macroeconomic shifts that are happening now that are totally predictable. One of them is climate change, right? How the climate is changing, how electric cars are becoming a thing, how electric distribution technology is becoming important. That's all real. Other things like hyperinflation and interest rates and demographic shifts. Like, as a startup founder operating in any of these spaces, it's kind of your job to know what the macroeconomic shifts are that are part of your startup, because that means that you have some way of knowing something about the future. Other ways of thinking about this is technology, right? Blockchains was huge not that long ago. And these days, everybody's talking about AI. Generative AI essentially didn't exist 5 years ago, and now you can't turn around without finding it, right? Electric car adoption, all these different technologies all interplay. And if you can tell a story of why what you're building would have been impossible 5 years ago, but the time is right now, that really helps anchor your startup in time. It creates FOMO, it creates excitement, and it helps the investors understand why it is important now. Another one we're thinking about is regulation. Like, around the world, lots of rules and regulations are shifting, right? I happen to know that TikTok is huge here, but is mostly banned in India. So if you are thinking about different social platforms, if you are reliant on these platforms existing where you are, well, make sure that they don't get banned, right? That's a regulatory shift. Similarly, any regulation around climate change or the environment, or any regulation around privacy, or what you can say and can't say, anything like that. It's important to know what changes are coming down the pipe. Because as a startup, when you're talking to an investor, you can say, hey, we know something about the future. It may not be much, but the little we know has a meaningful, measurable impact on the chance of success of our company. And if that is true for you, then you can really tell an amazing story about how all of this comes together, and how investing in your company now is the only right choice. I never ever want to hear anybody say first mover advantage. First mover advantage, genuinely, hand on heart, is not a thing. It's not an advantage anyway. Facebook was not the first social network, but it completely dominates. Google, at some point, was the 27th search engine that was launched, and now they're ubiquitous, right? Rovio, the game company, they did 55 games before they did Angry Birds, and then everything changed, right? Apple didn't make the first smartphone. So what I'm saying is, in a pitch deck, don't say, oh, we're first to market, so we're going to win. Like, fast followers, and if you happen to be doing something to compete with Apple, well, Apple has $3 trillion they're sitting on. They can buy you, or they can outcompete you. So don't talk about first mover advantage. It's usually not an advantage at all. But think about it. Like, what is it about the timing? Why is now the right time for you to do this company? But more importantly, why is now the right time for this investor to invest in what you're doing? One of the most important things about pitching a startup to an investor is traction. Now, if you have traction, kind of nothing else matters. Like all the other things I just said, I think it's worth pausing and thinking about traction for just a moment. I love Steve Blank's definition of a startup, which is that it's a temporary organization in search of a repeatable business model. In other words, create a machine where you get $10 million and pour it on the top, and $15 million falls out the bottom. It's no longer a startup. Now you have a real company. And the thing is, your goal as a startup is to stop being a startup, right? Figure out that business model and get it going. And really, the best way to show that is traction. Traction forgives all sins. If you have a mediocre team, but you have great traction, you don't have a mediocre team. If you have a mediocre product, but you have great traction, you don't have a mediocre product. Like, I don't know if you've ever had to do expenses, but if you've ever had to do expenses using a piece of software called Concur, I'm sorry, my heart goes out to you. It's awful. But so many people are using it out there because it just has so much traction. Like everybody, all the big corporations know how Concur works and keep using it. Remember that vanity metrics are awful and they suck. So what I mean by that is there's a lot of things that can make you feel good as a founder, right? But they don't necessarily drive the business forward. Press coverage only matters if the press coverage turns into customers or revenue. Newsletter signups only matter if you can turn that into revenue, right? Social media followers, same again. Customers or revenue. If it's neither of those, it doesn't matter. Awards, like being an award-winning whatnot, honestly, it probably doesn't matter. And the reason I'm saying that is if I'm an investor and I see that you have a whole bunch of press coverage, you have a whole bunch of newsletter signups, you won some awards, whatever, I'm like, why is this founder spending all this time wasting their time on getting all these awards, right? They don't just fall in your lap. You have to do work for them. And all that time you spend getting the press coverage, getting all that stuff, well, it's time you're not spending on the core of the business. And most of the time, awards and social media following and all that kind of stuff, unless you have a way of turning that into revenue, it's really a negative signal. Me as an investor, if I see that, I'm like, these founders are probably not focused. As a founder, you'll probably find that as you get deeper and deeper into the industry you're in, you find so many new opportunities. And it's like coming up with new ideas isn't going to be the challenge. Staying focused and staying with what you're doing, that's the challenge. And it's a really tricky challenge because we're all entrepreneurial, right? We see problems, we want to go solve them. But it's kind of painful. Now, I'm not saying that these things are completely without value, right? They're going to be stepping stones to something that you do care about. But let's talk about what actually matters. Like, what are great metrics? Revenue, like hard, cold cash in the cash register, is a really good metric because it's really hard to fake. Another one is user growth. So if you can find a way of getting tons and tons of users with a plan of turning them into revenue somehow, that is great. And really the big winner here is CAC to LTV arbitration. Can you find a customer acquisition cost that is repeatable? So can you acquire a customer for less than they give you? Ultimately, that's kind of what all businesses boil down to. Can you make more money than you're spending? And can you, for each customer you attract, can you make more than that out of that customer? That is the way to tell the story. Now, one thing I want to kind of quickly pause on is what do you do if you're a startup and you don't have revenue? Now, the way I like to think about traction is anything you do that makes the company you're working on less risky. So maybe that means getting a patent. That could be traction. Maybe it means solving a really hard problem that nobody else has solved. That's traction. Hiring someone, like if you know that in order to solve this one very specific thing, you need to hire a nuclear physicist who has a lot of experience. Those people are hard to find. But if you manage to attract that person, hire them into the company, that in itself is traction. So if you don't have revenue or user growth or CAC or LTV numbers, the stuff I'm talking about here, think about what have you done with this company today that makes it less risky than it was yesterday? If you can answer that question, you're telling a pretty good story around traction. Okay, so I'm going to swiftly move through the rest of this. Having a clear ask and use of funds is absolutely crucial. I want to know how much you're raising, and that means an exact dollar or rupee value. I don't want a range. I don't want to tell me exactly. If you're raising $5 million, you're raising $5 million. You're not raising 3 to 6. Tell me how much you're raising. That's plan A. And investors understand that not everything always goes to plan, right? So if you happen to be able to raise 6 and you were looking for 5, that's fine. But you made a plan for 5 million, that's what you're going out to raise. The other thing is, what are you going to accomplish with the money? And what that really means is like, if you're saying we're raising $5 million, I want to see the milestones that you're going to hit with those $5 million. And with those milestones, make them smart goals, right? Specific, measurable, achievable, relevant, and time-bound goals. So what I want to see is by June next year, we will reduce our customer acquisition costs from $43 to $30. And if that is enough for you to raise more money because now you've proven something important about what you're doing, that's a really good goal for what you're trying to do. A couple of final quick points I want to make here. Once you've told your story, tell your story again in numbers. This is your operating plan. And so being able to tell the story of your company in numbers over the course of what you're doing, and this isn't just numbers in terms of revenue, this is in terms of product milestones, maybe hires, maybe spend, maybe fundraising milestones, etc. Having a numbers forward operating plan in your pitch deck is a really powerful way to show that, hey, I've just told you why I'm raising money and what I'm going to do with the money, but here are the numbers that I have to back up that we really know what we're talking about. And if we hit these goals, what an investor will be able to do is like, okay, H2 2027, if you're in 10 cities, if you have 20 staff, if you have 9,000 customers and you're doing $1.1 million of MRR, are you able to raise $7.5 million? With those numbers, as an investor, I go, yeah, actually, if you hit those goals, you'll be able to raise that money. That is a sign of a really strong operating plan. I created a tool that I want to give you guys as a gift, so get your pens out. It's a AI pitch deck review tool. So basically what that does is it looks at, looks like this, and you put your pitch deck in here with your name, use this code, Silicon Plain, to get a free pitch deck review. Now, usually they cost $50, so this is a pretty good deal. But what that does is you upload your pitch deck and it will rip it to parts for you. It's trained on 3,000 pitch decks, and it's a really good way to get a really deep understanding of what's working and what's not working about your pitch deck. I know I've been babbling at you guys for a while. You can find me, I'm Haya everywhere on Twitter and on email and on my website, etc. And at this point, I would love to invite anybody who has any questions, and I will sit here and answer questions about pitch decks and fundraising and all that kind of stuff until you guys tell me to leave. Thank you so much for your time.
Thank you, Hai, for that. So much of
You're
knowledge.
so welcome.
Yeah, so much of knowledge and wisdom in a packed 30 minutes. I mean, I continue to learn my presentation skills whenever I listen to Hai. Now is the time for our students to ask some questions to you. Do we have the first volunteer? Very good. We've got one. Have we got a mic?
Hello.
Hello
Can
there.
you hear me?
Yes.
Hello, welcome. Good morning from India. My name is Mohammed, and I have a question. If you have an idea, what should be the first thing we do before we start building a solution?
That's a really good question. Thank you for asking it. I would start by double checking that people are willing to pay to have this problem solved. Like today, like you don't have to write a line of code, you don't have to build a solution at all. How are people currently solving that problem? And are they willing to spend money for it? If the solution is bad or complicated or expensive or complex or annoying or hard to get, etc. And if you think, hey, the way we solve this is more elegant, etc., that's really where I would start. If nobody's spending money on it, it's not worth doing. And if people are, if people have a pretty good solution that kind of works, you know, it's not really worth wasting your time. The other thing I would say is think about what resources you have available. Like, do you have unique technology? Do you have team members? Like, what is it about you and your startup that can say, okay, yeah, we have a different way of solving this that nobody's thought of before, or we have a way of going to market that people haven't figured out before. If you do those two things, the problem is worth solving, and there's something about us as founders that is unique, you're already doing better than a lot of the startup founders I talk to. Great question.
All right, thank you.
Thanks for that. You've got one more?
Hello, sir. I'm Pranav Vedikar.
Hi there.
My question is how to choose a right co-founder. What are the criteria we should be looking for? Should we look for more for technical expertise or bonding between us?
I mean, I think about half of startups I've worked with, the founding team that started the company didn't make it all the way through the end of the company, right? But having good conflict resolution skills, being able to be super honest with each other. I've as I mentioned at the beginning of this, I've started 6 companies in my time. Some of them as a solo founder, some with really good co-founders, some with not that good co-founders. What I would say is optimize for low ego. Like good ideas come from anywhere. Sometimes the non-technical people in the company actually have feedback on the technical stuff that the technical folks didn't think about. So in terms of if you're thinking of starting something, you think, okay, I want to find a co-founder, find somebody who's very different from you. Like if you're a very good technical person, you don't need another very good technical person, right? You can hire more technical people. That's fine. So the kind of classic wisdom is on a founding team, you need a hacker, you need a hustler, and you need a hipster. So the hacker is the one who does the technology. The hustler is the one who can sell and marketing and drive stuff forward. And the hipster is the person who has like a sense of design or product driven things. That doesn't mean you need 3 people. It's just those are 3 roles that are really important to fill. So if you were like, hey, I am the hustler, I could sell anything to anyone, that's great. You don't need that. Find a really good designer, find a really good technical person who can be your wing person to drive this forward. Having a really good, really well-rounded team of 2 to 3 co-founders makes a massive difference, because if you don't know something, the other person will. And if they're suitably low ego, it means that you can have real heart-to-heart conversations. It's possible to massively disagree without losing out, essentially.
Thanks for that. I think I'm a good testimony of this. I have a co-founder in Madhup, or maybe Madhup in me, but I think I did a good job over here. But great question.
Well,
hello, sir.
as somebody who's worked with both of you, it's actually been really fun to see how you complete each other, and it's a really important part of a core founding team. I would love to take your next question.
Hello, sir. So my question is, if an investor says no, so how should a student or young founder should learn from their feedback to improve their pitch?
Great question. So I've worked as a pitch coach for a long time, right? And that means that I've worked with probably close to 1,000 startups. On average, a startup gets 50 no's before they get a maybe. So you're going to work that muscle. You're going to get very good at receiving a no. And there's nothing wrong. Like if you just send a pitch deck and they say, sorry, it's not a good fit, whatever. But if you get a few meetings in, and if they get into a little bit of diligence and then they say no, ask them, hey, is there anything we could have done differently that would have made you invest? Most investors will not actually tell you the truth, because what they want to do is they want to keep the door open and like, oh, maybe we invest later, or maybe something changes, right? People don't want to fully say hard no unless, if you're raising money for crypto and they're an AI fund and they never touch crypto, they'll say hard no because it's outside of the scope. But the best thing to do is to really hone into like what are they saying about you, and pay very close attention to where they're asking questions. If they're asking lots and lots of questions about your team, that doesn't mean that the team is awful, but it means that they have a hang up there. If they ask lots of questions about competitors, it means like maybe they think that the problem is kind of sufficiently solved out in the market already. Go to market is another one where people stumble, where you might have a pretty good product, you might have a pretty good problem worth solving, but if you don't know how to get in front of customers, like it doesn't matter if you have the best product in the world, like you still have to get it in front of customers. And the truth is, it's not always the best product that wins. I keep going back to HD DVD and Blu-ray, right? HD DVD in every possible sense was actually the better product, but they lost. Blu-ray won. And like thinking about historically how some of the product categories completely get dominated by one but not another is usually boils down to marketing and sales. So if you start getting a lot of questions and you can't really articulate why or how you're going to get your product in front of people, that's a very common way of being unsuccessful in raising money. And the truth is, investors are opinionated, right? They've been burned before. Some people like categorically ignore entire categories of companies. And the sad truth is you very rarely get a straight answer. So it's frustrating as hell, but it'll happen. Yeah, it's one of those things about being a founder. You have to be pretty thick-skinned. You have to be ready to receive no a lot. And you may never find out why a particular investor chose not to invest. Great question. Thank you.
Thank you. Last couple or?
Yeah, I'm happy to take more questions until
We'll take a last one, Nishad.
Yeah, sure. Oh, there's one more. Yeah.
Or two more.
Yeah. So I have a question. Hi.
Yeah.
A lot of pitch decks are geared towards storytelling, and your guidance in this is obviously make them more storytelling. Where do you draw a line between like a compelling narrative and where can that become overselling your good ideas?
I love this question. Thank you for asking it. There's kind of two different ways of thinking about it. I think storytelling is always important, always. Like being able to weave a good narrative and connect the dots and helping people understand why something is important, what's important, what influences it, etc. That is storytelling that's important. But the real truth is that people are willing to suffer a bad story for a good product. They're not willing the other way around. So I think the expression in the US is you can't put lipstick on a pig. That continues to be true, right? I've seen founders come in through the door who spent like $15,000 on design for the pitch deck. And I'm like, well, this is one of the most beautiful pitch deck I've ever seen, but your story doesn't make sense. Or the way you're solving this problem is not the most efficient way. Or you're going toe to toe with Honda, and Honda can outspend you 10 million to 1 all day long. Like you cannot win. And so what I would say is like, be quite attuned to which parts is like showmanship. A little bit of showmanship is okay. But ultimately, it's like, I've seen more good companies raise money with terrible decks than I've seen bad companies raise with good decks. Ultimately, like, if your deck and your story is terrible, it's going to be harder for an investor to understand it. But I am a firm believer that if you're the right team with the right business mind, you're probably going to be successful. One of my pitch coaching clients that I worked with was building a database company, and it is deep back end, right? It's not like it wasn't pretty. Their deck was a mess, but the truth is it doesn't have to be pretty. If you're about to launch a consumer brand, if you're launching a competitor to Airbnb, you had better have an amazing design because it's a consumer design forward. People care about it in this industry. So think about it that way. Is design important for your industry? If so, make sure that your storytelling is tight, that your deck looks beautiful. And if not, you can probably get away with it. You don't actually fully need it. In the world of AI, a lot of it is command lines, right? Like there's no graphical element to this at all. It's totally acceptable to just have a white deck, black text, tell your story. Doesn't have to be pretty. Don't worry about illustrations. Like I've seen people raise with some truly ugly decks, but it doesn't matter.
Hello. A very good
Hi.
evening, sir. I hope you're doing absolutely fine.
I am, thank you.
I'm looking forward to building my own startup soon, like probably in the next month or so. So I had a question with a sub question, if I could. Like, what makes a really strong foundation for a startup that, despite not having the strongest of the story, should be a good market fit and can be implemented wide in a market segment that is dominated by international players, like in my country, India. So let's say if we have international players in the same segment of the market, but how can we navigate it as a domestic product while competing with international players? And what makes the overall strong foundation for it such that it can survive through the harshest of the, you can say, weathers?
I think that was about 4 questions, but I think the one I really heard was how can you, as a local player, take on international incumbents? And I think the truth is, you know your market better than they do. And especially if they're not active here yet. Like if there's something about your product, if it's a physical good or if it's regulated, so, if it's a medical product or for whatever reason that the incumbents cannot easily launch in India, that is actually can be a really strong advantage. If I were you, I would look up a company called Rocket Internet. They're based in Europe. They were basically taking companies that work in the US and basically copy them from the US for the European market, on the understanding that the US companies are so focused on the US, they kind of ignore the rest of the world until it's time to do international expansion. And at that point, the company that you started, like as Rocket Internet or maybe yours, now the international incumbent has to make a choice. If you are well established, are they going to compete with you or are they going to buy you? And a lot of the time they will just buy you because it's like, actually, you have the market penetration, you have the loyal customer base, you have a good, it doesn't even have to be great, you have a good enough product. But beating you at your own game, especially if you've got a pretty good foothold, is just really, really hard. And it's a really valid way to build a company because some of the risk is designed out because you can kind of copy what the other guys are doing. Don't copy it 100%, but you can be very inspired by what the other people are doing. But the cool thing is that also means that you have a path to acquisition, because once the incumbent finally remembers, oh, India exists, it's a huge market, we should be in India, and you're there as a well-established player, it's a very well-trodden ground for how to get acquired and to, frankly, have a really good exit for yourself. Does that answer your question at all?
Yeah, it surely does. Actually, my domain is in the AI SaaS market. So we have some European players coming here to India. So that's what I was concerned about and wondering about how we should navigate this, or I shouldn't be navigating this. Thank you.
You're so welcome.
Fantastic. Any more questions? While we are navigating, how can the students reach out to you if they have to, or for that matter, anyone?
I am so easy to find. I'm Haya everywhere on Twitter, email, website, etc. And you can also find me on pitch.guide. So I have a whole bunch of tools on pitch.guide. And the other thing I wanted to mention is that I'm running a newsletter of all the funding rounds under $20 million. That's kind of the early stage. And I run a whole bunch of statistics around that. So go to pitch.guide, you find this stuff easy enough. But I actually track. So in the past month, I know there's 80 deals done in AI and they raised $500 million. So I'm tracking all this stuff. I have newsletters. I have a lot of information about this stuff. But yeah, the long and short of it is Hire.me is my website, and you can very easily find me from there. I'm on LinkedIn. I'm everywhere. Come say hello.
Fantastic. Any more questions? Yeah, we've got one more.
Hello, sir. First of all, thank you for this session. It was really wonderful. And my name is Rohan. My question for you is, say if we only have a college project prototype and no customers, how can we still make our pitch strong?
Sorry, what was the question? What was the last part of that?
If we only have a college project prototype and no customers, how can we still make our pitch strong?
So I've seen a lot of college students, university students raise funding. I think what you have to say, what you have to explain is what is hard, like what is the hard thing about what you're doing? And so why is it hard to copy? That becomes your moat. That becomes your defensibility. Do you have patents? Have you solved something that nobody else has? Do you have insights that nobody else has? Like, what is it about this thing that makes it valuable to an investor? And can you tell the story in some way where you say, hey, like, we're actually the only people in the world who can solve this problem well, so you should invest in me. Finding a way of telling that story is different from company to company, of course, but I've seen quite a few early stage startups coming out of universities that have had like an insight or an inspiration that is like, oh, we're solving something, it's worth solving, the market is big, we've built something that's valuable, we think we can get customers. But it's about the piece I was saying about traction. If you don't have revenue, you don't have customers, the traction is the ways you've de-risked the company. And so that's where I would really like get your co-founding team together and be like, hey, what have we done that over the last 3 or 6 months has made this company less risky than it was 6 months ago? And that's where you kind of start telling the story.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, of course.
Got a few more. Okay, the last one, we're taking the last one now.
Great.
Hi Ajay, my name is Pratik. My question is my question is what qualities in an founder which make believe investors to invest even if the product or market is uncertain?
I mean, I've got really good news for you, which is that all products are uncertain, all markets are uncertain. Like if we knew it was certain, we would have invested in it by now. I think what people are looking for in founding teams is something unique. It's the X factor. Like what have you figured out that nobody else has figured out? Like the first thing, like when I work with my pitch coaching clients, what I typically say to people is like, why you, why this, why now? If you can answer all three of those things, then I'm like, okay, cool. Now we can have a conversation. So answer that question for yourself. Why me? Why this? Why now? Why can nobody else do this? Like, what is it? What have we figured out that nobody else has figured out? And really lean into that story. Like if you used university resources or college resources, if you leaned on your professors, if there's something you can do to explain why you were able to get this far, or maybe even further than people might expect, that makes for a very compelling narrative. And that means that people go, oh yeah, no, this is worth looking into. Let's figure out why your startup is interesting in ways that others are not.
Thank you.
Yeah, of course.
Alrighty. Thank you so much, everyone, for the question and answers. Hi, of course. And look, I wanted to thank you from Silicon Plains AI to join us over here in the region of Marathwada. And thank you for sharing your insights. I didn't do a great job in terms of your introduction to the full potential, but I think the session probably gave the testimony of your introduction high. So Good night to you.
Thank you so much. It was an absolute delight to be here, and greetings from San Francisco. I hope you all end up here and do startups.
Fantastic. See you.
Cheers. Thank you so much.
We'll be taking a short break of 2 minutes and we'll resume in 2 minutes. Please be seated. Thank you. Good morning, everyone. We begin today's session, and I would like to invite the dignitaries on stage. Mr. Karan Darda, Executive Director, Lokmat Groups. Yes. Professor Dr. Vilas Sapkar, sir, Vice Chancellor, MGM University. Dr. Ashish Gadekar, Registrar, MGM University. Dr. Parminder Kaur Dhingra, Director, School of Engineering Technology, Head, Training and Placement Cell, MGM University. Madhup Mudiraj, Founder, Discoverrlabs.ai. Imran Ansari, Founder, Inc. IT Solutions. Kedar Ravangave, Marketing Head, Kotak Bank. And Mithil Mane, Founder and CEO, Mega Engineering. Over the past day, this summit has brought together brilliant minds and from industry, academia, and the startup ecosystem to explore how the AI is shaping the future of industries, entrepreneurship, and innovation. Through insightful discussions, reverse pitches, and solution presentations, we witnessed how innovative ideas evolve into meaningful technological solutions. Today, we continue that journey with deeper conversations, industry perspectives, and innovative solutions from our student teams. Before we begin, I would like to invite Dr. Ashish Gadekar, sir, for the opening remarks for the day.
Yes, okay. Good morning, all the dignitaries, all the students, all the participants, jury, for this second day of Silicon Plains, the AI Summit organized by School of Engineering and Technology, MGM University, and Discover AI with the support of Chamber of Marathwada Industries and Agriculture. On the second day today, we have the distinguished presence of Mr. Karan Darda, a very good friend of mine, and who handles the Lokmat operations. Everyone is aware about him, a passionate sports person, an Iron Man. I don't know what all can we call him, but a big round of applause to our chief guest today, Karan. Thank you for joining us. It's always good to have him. We have with us Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Dr. Vilas Sapkar, sir, who has always motivated us, and this entire event is being taken place under his guidance. Yesterday, we had the whole Power Pack session. Today also, with the distinguished presence of the speakers for the next two sessions that we are going to have, the reverse pitch that we are having. Today we have Mithil Mane, a chemical engineering graduate of Jawaharlal Nehru Engineering College and also an entrepreneur. Mr. Kedar Ravangave, who we are going to hear later in during the panel discussion. And of course, the two people who have really brought this session together, this whole conference summit to this scale, Dr. Parminder Kaur, who is the professor and director of School of Engineering and Technology, and her entire team of School of Engineering and Technology, who have put up a lot of efforts here. And along with her, my friend Madhup from Discover AI. A big round of applause to both of them for having this together with their teams. Incredible job, Madhup, along with Imran, who again we are going to hear. Yesterday, as I said, we started with this summit with the stalwart of computer science and IT, Professor Dr. D.B. Pathak sir, who not only gave us the insight about the AI, but also took us up from the entire journey from Alan Turing. I'm sure fellows in the audience who are sitting here are aware about the contribution of Alan Turing and how we have come across all the way till here with the whole artificial intelligence having its penetrated in all the areas. We also had the presence of we had 3 sessions out of the 5 that we are going to have. The 3 was from the governance by none other than our G. Shrikant sir, who had pitched a very good idea as to how infrastructure can be constantly monitored, how what he mentioned was the revenue leak, and it's for any municipal corporation across the globe, I would say it's a big headache to identify where the changes are being made, where is the revenue is being leaked. And he, what we actually captured from him was, the consistency of individuals. So if a person moves from one position to the other location, the systems should not change. So I think that's where AI and its applications would have helped. The main, I think, takeaway from yesterday's sessions of AI was the fact that what could be the early detection. Everyone, I think each one of the speakers, what they spoke about was early detection of anything. I think AI equal to early detection is something that Dr. Praveen Suryavanshi, when he spoke about the early detection of cancer, or later on when Kailash Desai came, he talked about early detection of calibration. And similarly with Samir Kelkar, I'm trying to jog my mind yesterday as to in what sequence these people were talking about, but I can just see there are so many linkages between all these speakers together. When Samir was talking about how a sensor can help detect early, what are the failures that are going to come in the future. Now, those data, we always had those sensors, but those sensors never had the capability to what AI could possibly do. So all these speakers really took us to the new dimension where, from somewhere where we are thinking in the morning that maybe AI will take up human work, people won't have things to do. But I think from all the speakers yesterday, what we could really take out was that AI is going to enable us in things way early than we want, way early than what we could expect it to. Today we are going to have agriculture and smart manufacturing, the 2 most important reverse pitch ideas. Again, the reverse pitch yesterday, as we spoke about, had this immense capability of having students, the innovators, come up with the ideas and pitch. So out of, I think, all the 4 that pitches we had, 2 or 3 were extremely amazing that we could see in front of us. So we look forward to the same today as we move forward, and I'm really thankful to all the dignitaries who came today here, are present here for the 2nd day, and wish for the best session ahead. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Before we move on to our next segment, we would like to felicitate our guests that are currently on stage. I would request the Honorable VC, sir, to kindly felicitate Mr. Karan Darda. request Dr. Ashish Gadikar sir to kindly felicitate Mr. Mithil Mane. I would request Dr. Parminder Kaur Dhingra ma'am to kindly felicitate Mr. Kedar Ravang. I would request the Honorable Vice Chancellor sir to kindly address the audience.
On the second day of Silicon Plains International Summit, we have again distinguished guests like Mr. Karan Darda and two more guests, and who are going to now take this session also to the next level in smart manufacturing and agriculture, along with panel discussion. As we have seen yesterday, that people across the globe have come and then they have shared not only their experiences and also made us think in such a way that we create knowledge and then also make universal solutions, and that is why it is called university. As you know that yesterday, young students, they offered the solution and explained the solution so well. Whether it was governance, to offer a solution to the government or governance setup is extremely difficult. As Mr. Shrikant, Honorable Commissioner of Corporation was posing, decision making, then execution strategy, and mapping the impact within the timeline. There are three difficult stages. Same thing with health industry. Health operations, that detection and actually administration and management along with prediction. The solutions provided by the students, they are definitely very praiseworthy, and then they will definitely, I ask the student to further work on that in detail so that they can convert it into solution into maybe a product and process. Friends, this type of summit is to not only focus the application, but applications converted into innovations, that's also okay. But if you see today, we have to get the benefit of technology for the scale of operation, for the speed of operation, and for the precision of operation, so that we not only save time, money, resources, and create value within the shortest possible time and in a constrained manner. If you see the developed nation, just if you see many countries in the world, whether it is Singapore, is Israel, very minimum resources of whether it is infrastructure resources, financial resources, or human resources. But if you utilize the capability, every individual has tremendous capacity and then can contribute to the it's not the number that you are impacting, it's the individual competency and the skill. Hence, AI is going to be the biggest assistant. It's not that AI is controlling you. AI will definitely be, those who use AI with utmost care, wisdom, will perform manifold efficiency. And hence, friends, you try to now take from all these industry people the, what you call problem statement. It should be the now functioning in our curriculum, that every course you complete, try to make a statement of problem and try to utilize this knowledge to solve the problems. And hence, application-based learning process should be the part of our curriculum, that you have the bank of problem statements from industry, and then we are going to create the bank of solutions. And this bank of solution will be is dynamic in nature, because the problem statement can be again dynamic in nature, and hence the solution should be dynamic in nature, provided the solution can have long impacting solution which will have less. The question should be short impact and short duration, but the solution should be long duration, long-term solution, so that it will have its presence for a longer period of time. And that is possible with AI. I'm sure that on the second day also, you will be able to really get not only knowledge, experience, but also thought for your own study, and see expert from research, from agriculture, from every field. MGM University has created a new benchmark for not only bringing the knowledge together, but also offering solutions and creating this, setting the trend of offering solutions to the problem, and the problems can be now minimized. Of course, we have to identify not only problems, but the source of problem and the root of problem, hence it can be offered a better solution. So this is really a benchmarking summit for in every aspect in the not only a national level, but international level. So I congratulate everyone who has made it happen, and we look forward for, this is called 2026. We will start from tomorrow, another summit for 2027. With this, I thank all of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir, for your insight. Before we move to our next segment, I would request the dignitaries to kindly take their seats, please.
Ethan, you know? ये जो खुलेगा ये तुम्हारा पीपीटी कैसे करना? हाँ ये पीपीटी का टाइप इसको कैसे करने का फुल स्क्रीन इसको ये पीपीटी में ही है इसको ही प्रेजेंट करना है फुल बड़ा स्क्रीन आ गया बड़ा स्क्रीन करो ना ये दो वो आ गया अभी दूसरा ये नहीं आया लैपटॉप का नहीं है इशू सेटिंग का इशू है यहाँ पे जाइए इसमें जाइए डुप्लीकेट किया ना वन स्क्रीन करो टू स्क्रीन पूछो आया क्या लैपटॉप लेके आने का दूसरा लैपटॉप एक्सटेंड पे दिखते हो खाली सेटिंग का क्या इशू है चेंज फिल अरे लेकिन ये नहीं हो रहा ना इसमें एक मिनट डिस्प्ले पर आ जाए स्क्रीन 1 में जाओ ना ये क्यों नहीं डिस्प्ले हो रहा है लेकिन स्क्रीन क्यों नहीं आ रहा हाँ आया वो अलग है अरे यार चलो चेंज कर लो तो गार्ड पागल है ये स्क्रीन दिखना है उस पे एक्सटेंडेड झाला असणार रे लावला का डुप्लिकेट चालले ते काय प्रॉब्लेम हां लावला पावर डेटा त्याच्या डुप्लिकेट चालले ओनली पीपीटी चालू कर या लॅपटॉप प्लीज एक्सटेंड केलं गेलं एक्सटेंड केलं तो सेटिंग इशू हो
Ladies and gentlemen and students, we'll begin in few minutes.
ये निकाल दो ना भाई वायर बरोबर रखो बस 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 गाइस अपने को जाना है वायर संभाल के रखो ठीक है डन है डन है डन है
Before we move into our next innovative segment, we would just like to share the glimpses of the Silicon Plains CI Summit, Day 1. We now move into our next innovation segment, Smart Manufacturing. Our next speaker is Mr. Mithil Mane, founder and managing director of Mega Engineering. With over 2 decades of experience in engineering and manufacturing, he has led several initiatives focused on industrial systems, process innovation, and modern manufacturing practices. Today, he will be presenting a reverse pitch on smart manufacturing, highlighting real-world challenges where emerging technologies and innovative solutions can create meaningful impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Mithil Mane. For the student solution pitch, under smart manufacturing segment, I would like to invite the team that will be present on stage with Mr. Mithil Mane. The team is Team Solo Byte, Ala Faruqi.
Hello. Is it PPT or the PDF file you put it? Actually, PDF file. Okay, thank you. Good morning, everybody. First of all, let me thank you for giving this honor to be on stage and share my experience, reverse pitch for the EPC projects in front of you all guys. Myself, Mithil Mane. I'm BE Chemical 2001 batch, passed out from the JNEC.
I'm founder of Mega Engineering and managing director of Mega EPC Projects Private Limited. I'll little bit brief about our company. We established in 2010 and we are doing turnkey projects in the field of distillery biofuels, breweries, evaporations, CO2 recovery plants, and zero liquid discharge plants. Today, my focus is on smart manufacturing. It is not just manufacturing, but it is about projects, because any manufacturing is always part of various projects. So I will talk about artificial intelligence in EPC projects, transforming projects from reactive to predictive. So all EPC projects are generally vast projects. It can be 1 crore or it can be 1,000 crore projects. It involves a lot of engineering deliverables, a lot of procurements, a lot of coordinations, and so of course there are always a lot of delays, a lot of cost increase during EPC projects. So when I will share something which McKinsey has researched. In 2022, they studied more than 500 projects, and they found cost overrun around 80% or more in EPC projects, and schedules always delayed more than 52% against original timelines. So if you look at these figures, like 79% cost overruns or 52% schedule delays. So you can imagine the losses in the EPC projects. So I will discuss today about what is the possibility of implementing AI in EPC projects. Of course, there is a big room to work on this segment. So I'll start with the challenges in EPC projects. So the first challenge is fragmented data environment. Typically, all projects, like it can be refinery projects, chemical projects, or any other bioethanol projects or effluent treatment plant projects. All these EPG projects, engineering data is stored in multiple systems. Procurement data is for procurement, they use various platforms like SAP. Construction progress always tracked separately. They are using softwares like Primavera, and commissioning data is rarely integrated with design data. So in EPC project, in most of the companies, especially small to medium, or even in the large multinational companies, you will find data is always in fragmented. Data is always fragmented. This fragmented data always result in procurement constraints. Procurement teams lacks visibility into design changes. Most of the times, due to changes in law, changes at actual site, there are always changes in design, and which most of the times not properly coordinated, and there are always delays or lack of visibility for procurement team. Constructive, of course, if there is a delay from engineering team, procurement team, construction team always receive late information, and eventually this the project get delayed, budget get overrun. So this is the first challenge because of fragmented data environment. The The second challenge is reactive project management. In most of the EPC companies nowadays, even now, the decisions are always reactive, not predictive. The problems are always identified after it happens. So there is always post-mortem. There is no proactive, predictiveness. There is always, delays are always identified after milestone slippages. Discovering vendor delay after procurement commitments are missed, detecting design conflict during construction instead of engineering. By the time issues are visible, the cost of correction is already very, very high. Sometimes millions, sometimes billions of dollars, depending on the size of projects. The third challenge is insufficient risk identification. So any small to large projects always generate massive data. There are a lot of drawings like PNIDs, equipment specifications, vendor documentation, construction reports, inspection records. All this data is prepared by various departments, various streams of engineers, right from civil, electrical, chemical, mechanical, instrumentation. A lot of other project management teams are also involved. So this data is not very systematically analyzed, which eventually results into recurring vendor delays, design coordination risks, construction issues. So the third challenge actually is insufficient risk identification in EPC projects. The fourth challenge is knowledge loss between the projects. After every project, in every project there are always many mistakes, and with those mistakes, we learn a lot of things, everybody learn a lot of things, and there is, it produces valuable knowledge, which should get converted into design improvements, cost benchmarks, vendor performance data, commissioning lessons. But these, even though you learn a lot of things during your mistakes of your projects, often this data is lost, this knowledge is lost because it is not structurally stored or documented. So even after, the result is even after doing some mistakes, every new projects there are repetitions of same mistakes, which eventually, which eventually incur in repetitive losses in with same problems. So these are the four major problems in the EPC project executions. So since there are problems, there are also opportunities for you guys to address these and help industry to act more efficiently. So what are the opportunities of AI in these EPC projects? So there is not one opportunity. There are many opportunities, and eventually all these opportunities should be clubbed together, and you should come up with integrated AI, which can be more predictive than reactive. So the first opportunity is in engineering, AI in engineering design. So engineering designs, I don't want to go into nitty-gritty and discuss about how it is done, but AI can analyze historic design database and detect design inconsistency, constructability issues, equipment size anomalies. And what will, after analyzing this data through AI, what actually AI model can do is train on past projects. You can rectify so many issues like pipe routing become impractical, equipment layout, utilities sometimes under design, and because of all these issues, again, a lot of delays, lot of losses. So basically AI in engineering design can reduce engineering reworks and site modifications actually. So this can be objective when you design, when you use AI in engineering designs. So second opportunity is AI in procurement and supply chains. Of course, big multinationals can always afford expensive AI or ERP softwares like SAPs, but small to medium scale companies sometimes don't even afford even existing ERP systems. So because of delays in AI, delays in procurement decisions, there are always, AI can always predict vendor delivery delays, supply chain disruption, cost fluctuations. So using this historical data, AI model can always forecast realistic delivery timelines, vendor reliability scores, optimum supplier selections, and the final result should be minimizing the risk before agreements getting finalized with the vendors. So this can be second opportunity. The third opportunity is in AI in construction monitoring. So monitoring construction is nowadays, it is happening through emails or some, not even emails, on the WhatsApp nowadays actually. So AI can probably integrate with, collect the data with drone imagery, site photographs, schedule data, workforce tracking. This all can be if you can use AI in all these fields. So real-time construction intelligence will be always helpful and can again save a lot of losses, a lot of costs, a lot of delays in EPC projects. The fourth opportunity is AI in commissioning and operations. So AI can analyze process data to detect operational instabilities, optimize process parameters, predict equipment failures. So these are the four big opportunities to implement AI in this in EPC projects. So even these, I have just mentioned these four opportunities. There can be even more opportunities, but all these modules has to be eventually clubbed together to make futuristic AI, actually. So these are some opportunities in AI. So I have made three-phase approach. I propose three-phase approach and implementation roadmap for AI in EPC. So first phase is always data foundation, digitalization, and structuring data. Second phase is AI-assisted decision-making tools. And third phase is predictive project management. So without data, you cannot implement second stage, and without second stage, you cannot do the predictive project management. So in phase terms, while digitizing and structuring data, engineering documents, procurement records, vendor performance, construction report, these are the four major departments where you have to digitize, make it centralized to use it for AI platforms. And AI modules should at least support cost estimation, schedule prediction, risk identification, vendor evaluation. At least these four in the first phase of this AI you should focus on. And of course, I mean, if you have first and second phase properly implemented, prediction in project management will be, of course, more easier, more predictive, and with this AI, we can. I'm very optimistic. I'm just estimating even 10 to 20% reduction in project delays, will save a lot of millions of dollars. It will improve cost estimation accuracy at the bidding stage, which will help all the companies to make more profitable, to select better vendors, faster planning. So with AI, I think these will be your objectives. So now, $1 million ask is, we have infrastructure, you have intelligence. So we expect you to build some engineering brain of EPC. And if you have further questions, please feel free.
No questions, sir. Shall I start my solution pitch? Yeah. No questions, I have no questions. Okay. Okay. So let's start. As sir already said, what are the problems in EPC? So I will just elaborate in short. First, the fragmented workflows. Suppose a pump delivery is delayed and in ERP scheduler is unaware. So site continues the team preparation, site continues civil preparation, assuming the pump arrival, and this causes idle labor and cost leakage. So this happens with also the tribal knowledge dependence, such as when will the vendors come, which vendors usually delay, realistic versus optimistic timelines. So suppose a planner knows coastal humidity increases foundation curing time by 10%. So okay. So curing time by 10%, but this is not the standard duration, so it will fluctuate. Now 72 to 96 critical path calculation. Now there are in EPC projects, there are many sites which are conducting various tasks. So there are 10,000 plus tasks. So we have to calculate the critical path. So it takes usually 72 to 96 hours, which causes for a 5,000 crore project, it causes 4 days of delays and cost crores. So this can be done through AI in very few means in seconds. Then we have 30% planning time is lost to the admin. Studies shows that up to 30% of the planner time is spent on repetitive reporting. So this can be automated by AI. And then as sir told, the risk is also there. So we can calculate the risk and optimize the risk and reduce the risk so that reduce the risk. Suppose a task causes 20% risk each time. So if there are 5 such tasks, it will cause 67% total risk. So yeah. So now this is my solution from reactive planning to intelligent EPC. Now a user has to input task and duration, then it will go to scheduling engine, resource intelligence layer, then AI intelligence layer, then the executive dashboard. So I will just show the MVP. Now I will just add the resources. Suppose I add, we require pump, suppose for plumbing, and resource type, labor. See, I have already added so many resources such as cranes and crews. Now we'll add one task to just show. Suppose the last thing required for an EPC project is painting, which requires suppose 20 days. And we have, suppose I select crew 2, we required crew 2. And it depends on suppose plumbing and electrical. So I will add the task. So as you can see, it has created us a directed cyclic graph. Now this graph is different from what current EPC systems do, because current EPC systems are just linear. This graph is actually based on dependencies, where nodes represent the task and edges represent the dependencies. So this is the directed cyclic graph, and we can calculate the critical path. Now the red things are the critical tasks and the blue things are the non-critical tasks. Now this total duration is of 120 days, so a critical path can be calculated in seconds. Now as you can see, there are the slack days and risk scores. So we can even get the risks, how much each task is causing risk scores. These risk scores are based on the slack factor, resource conflict factor, dependency factor, and time duration. And these are the slack days, like how much we can delay the task by how many days. Now we'll just go to the AI part. Now suppose I run the simulation. This is the risk simulation. Now this will do the iterations and will show us a graph. Like it has done 1,000 iterations, and the main thing about EPC projects is that they are very time constrained. Like if we can optimize somehow the time, so it will be really great. So suppose it takes 400 days and we can do that in 370 days, the customer will be really happy. So therefore we can, this will calculate that how many approx time will be required. Now how this calculates, now I have given different days so for different tasks, but it will take its own time durations and calculate the days required on basis on its own duration. So we have the highest bar for 185, and 185 days will be required. Now I will just say explain the risks. AI will explain what are the risks, and it will also give a solution to overcome those risks. Just see, it has done the risk analysis. The high risk tasks, flooring is the 74, duration 40 days, and then it is telling us consider overlapping with less critical tasks. So it is also giving us the solution. And then I will say resource conflicts. Now I have assigned crew to many tasks, crew 2 to many tasks. So it is telling that this conflicts, this resources conflicts. So this we can do with vendors also, like which vendors delay and which do not. So this can happen. So if I will say just explain conflicts. So it's telling us how we can resolve the conflict, what we can do to resolve the conflicts of the resource allocated to different tasks. Now schedule optimization, as Sir told, we can even optimize the schedule because there is a potential that we can. Okay, my token limit is done, API limit is done. So yeah, optimize schedule. So it will be showing us the schedule optimization, like how many we can reduce the task by how many days, and then the generative summary as well. I think the limit has, my API limit is. And then I also added the NLP layer, which will answer all the questions related to our task, our project. Suppose I ask, but this will also not work because API limit is over. Which are the tasks? Which? So it has taken us the AI response, that tasks that can be delayed due to resource. So primer ID duration 35 days. This primer and electrical can be delayed due to resource issues. And yeah, it has also generated the summary as well. I think it is working now. EPC whole project summary, like what are task breakdown and risk assessment, critical path analysis, project overview, high risk task, slack analysis and all. We'll just try it once more. No, this is done. It's also doing for schedule optimization as well. Like how we can reduce the days and which tasks can be delayed, and giving us solutions so that total project length can be reduced.
I think you have done a good job with very limited time, and this your model can be scale up for real-time EPC AI. Thank you. Thank you. Any questions from audience? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you.
Our next speaker is Dr. Uday M. Kodke. Is associated with Vasantarao Naik Marathwada Krishi Vidyapeeth, Parpani, and is one of the leading agricultural visionaries universities in the region. He has been involved in agricultural education and research with a focus on area related to agricultural engineering and technology in farming systems. At a time when agriculture is increasingly influenced by data influence and innovation, perspectives from academic and research institutions play an important role in shaping the future of the sector. Today, he will be presenting a reverse pitch on agri-tech, highlighting real-world challenges and opportunities where innovation and emerging technologies can create meaningful impact. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Dr. Uday Kodke. I would like to invite Dr. Parminder Kaur Dhingra ma'am on stage to felicitate Dr. Uday Kodke. Now we invite the student team for this segment. Please welcome Team Supreme on stage.
Good afternoon to everyone. I am Uday Kodke, and I work in mostly in agriculture education and research. Basically, I belongs to agriculture engineering. Agriculture engineering is the field where engineering is applied in agriculture. So all engineering branches like mechanical, civil, electrical, computer, IT, even robotics and AI. So in the field of agriculture. I'm here to present the Agritech reverse pitching on seed quality. I'm thankful to MGM University, particularly Honorable Vice Chancellor, Professor Sabkar, Registrar, Madam Parvinderji, and Madhup, Discoverrlabs, all the students, the distinguished guests. Thank you for attending this Agritech, a very important session. So agriculture is not behind as compared to other branches because agriculture has many complex situations. It's more complex than any other field. And the AI application in agriculture in different areas is being undertaken by the researchers and entrepreneurs. And one of the aspects I'm covering here, agriculture, AI in agriculture, like right from the breeding of crops, genome sequencing, the stress and disease detection in the crops. During the crop cycle, when we sow the crop, from sowing to harvesting to storage, and then the market. So even market intelligence for agriculture produce, that is also has to be taken by the AI. Here the topic is AI for seed quality assurance, predicting germination failure before it becomes a revenue loss. In fact, in seed quality, there are various aspects, the physiological parameters, the quality parameters. However, here only we are targeting the germination failure because the problem was raised by one of the industry, and the Marathwada region, particularly Jalna and Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, is called as a seed hub of the country, and many private companies are working here producing the seed, and it is being sold to the farmers. In seed, we have very strict regulations. You might be hearing about the crop failures and other things. So seed is one of the major component in agriculture production system, mostly from 5 to 20%. Even for the hybrid seeds or the seeds like vegetables, the production cost, like the contribution of seed, is up to 30% in the production cost. And when the base, the seed is not proper, if it's not of that quality, then everything fails. And that's why this is an important aspect. If you look at the seed storage reality, seed is a high value agriculture input, as I mentioned, and a major determinant of crop establishment. So crop establishment, the initial stage, and then the growth of the crop, and in the latter stage, the production and the harvesting. So the preserving quality across the chain, if you look at the seed, what the companies or the seed industry they do, they allot the seed to the farmers or the seed growers, and then after the harvesting, the seed is brought for the processing in the processing plant, and it is being stored after processing, and it is packed and being sold in the market for the season. So market release, so depending on the quality of seed, then the market release is there. In commercial seed system, quality must be preserved from processing to storage to market release. Similarly, there is vulnerability during transport and storage. When the seed is brought from the producer to the processing plant, there is a transport. There is a handling, there are many handling processes before processing also. And during that storage, handling, there can be risk in the seed. What are the factors which influence germination? They are the temperature, humidity, the seed moisture, seed infection, and the mechanical damage, as I mentioned, the handling process. So, the core challenge is, what is the key indicator? Germination percentage is the key indicator of seed quality. So, depending on different, of course, in the problem statement, they mentioned many crops like cotton, then the and other crops, but every crop has, because seed has a different, if you differentiate, some seeds, they have the soft coat, some seeds have hard coat. The soft seed coat, like if we talk about, many times we talk about soybean. Soybean is a soft coat. So a small damage during handling to a soybean seed can result in the failure of seed. So germination will be less. So that happens. Seed deterioration is often detected only after damage has already occurred. So manual checks and periodic sampling may miss early warning signs, and therefore threshold is, by the time germination percentage drops below acceptable thresholds, the batch, the seed lot, may need to be rejected or sold as a scrap. If it is not accepted, because there is a seed regulation, we have a seed certification agency, and seed, of course, it is divided in different parts, like the foundation seed, the breeder seed, the certified seed, and truthful seed. So certified seeds means certified by the seed certification agency, and that only is acceptable. For different crops, the germination percentage is designated, like for wheat, it is 90%, for say soybean, it is 70% germination percent. The risk is the one failed lot can wipe out margin from an entire product line. So that is the risk in this process. Now the problem is, for the seed industry, they are investing high working capital, germination, decline, and ability to sell. What happens to unsold seeds, and then the impact of quality failure. So in the pictorial view, it is shown high working capital is required, germination decline and sellability, because if germination is declined, it is failed, so it has to be sold as a scrap. Then unsellable seed fate, it is downgraded, so it is again reprocessed, or if it is again failed, it has to be sold by the scrap. And then the rate of seed, scrap seed and the certified seed, there is a tremendous difference. Now, if you look at the Indian seed industry, as I mentioned, the Marathwada is a seed hub. So industry value as of 2025 estimates, it is 71,000 crore value for the seed. Industry loses, suppose one lot is failed, 20 to 80 lakhs is a loss to the company. And then even not only to the company, it is a loss to the farmers also. So yield improvement potential reduces. So if the good seed is, certified seed is sown, it can increase 50 to 20% crop yield. And there is improvement up to 45% in some of the crops. So why seed quality fails? So there is opportunity for the AI, say temperature stress, the humidity fluctuations, equilibrium moisture content. This is one term, maybe the students working in agriculture, they know EMC, we call it. So for each, that is a stable moisture content. Mostly the moisture content of seed should not be more than 10%. If it is more, if it is not dried properly, the moisture content remain, then there can be, say, incidence of pest or say some insects, and they remain there, and then there is quality of seed is damaged. Then mechanical damage, as I mentioned, the injury during handling, maybe drying, transport, or processing, that if there is a mechanical damage, then also the germination potential reduces. So the existing monitoring is not enough. The quality checks, the germination percentage or quality, that they are not continuous, they are periodic. Storage variability may exist within lots, bags, or facilities. Collected data is not predictively, and manual monitoring cannot always detect subtle deterioration early. So early detection is important because everybody is talking about AI, and AI helps in early detection of everything. So decisions are often reactive rather than predictive. So there is no problem of testing, it is a lack of early warning. So that is the problem. So we need to solve, these are the issues: early detection, prediction before germination decline, then continuous monitoring and decision support system, when to bring it to for the sale, whether it has to be taken out from the process. And of course, it meets the goal of SDG 2, that is zero hunger. So if nothing changes, there will be food security crisis. Small farmers, they will exit because the one crop failure cost a lot of things to the farmer. Sustainable development goals, India's commitment to zero hunger, SDG 2, remains out of reach if we do not address this problem. And then there is environmental damage, because carbon emission, you know, the crop, if you grow crop, there is a carbon emissions, and so wasted food production continues. So what reverse pitch challenge statement is here: can AI help predict which seed lots are at risk of falling below germination standards before they become unsellable? So these are the potential data. The private organizations or the industry, they can give you storage temperature and humidity, seed moisture content, the history of handling and processes undertaken before selling, historical germination test results, crop type, variety, lot, metadata, warehouse location, and storage duration. We need to concentrate on the outcomes: reduce scrap and quality failures, predicted germination percentage over time, risk of germination dropping below 70%, as in case of soybean we were talking. For wheat and other crops, it may be hard coat seed can have the germination above 70%. Early warning alerts for high risk lots. How to improve the storage life? The hybrid seeds, mostly they are prepared for the one season, so 1 year, they cannot be stored. If you want to use the same seed next year, we have to that seed has to be revalidated, and then it can be used. It will protect the revenue, improve the release decisions, market release, and strengthen the farmer's trust, because trust is very important for any seed industry. So this is a seed quality is central to the productivity, as I mentioned. Then the profitability, not to the industry, for the farmer also. And then the trust in agriculture is very important. So farmers trust a particular seed industry, then they buy the same seed every year. Climate variability makes storage and viability management more critical. Low cost sensors, AI models, and digital quality systems are now feasible, so we can use those. This is a high value use case where prevention is far cheaper than failure. So for you, the AI opportunity, if we can predict seed failure before it reaches the market, we can reduce waste, protect revenue, and improve confidence in the seed system. So for the question to the team, how would you build an AI-driven early warning system for seed germination failure in cotton, soybean, bajra, and other vegetable seeds? Of course, I know every seed has different parameters, but since the problem has come from the industry, I am presenting it. So the technology exists, so the need is urgent, now opportunity is yours. So that's from my side. Thank you. Thank you, Tim.
Good afternoon, sir. Good afternoon, audience. So I am Suvarna Gade, and we will be presenting our solution with my team members. So yes, sir, we can solve your problem. I can say that confidently. So as our problem is that we can't determine the failure of seed germination, we can say. So yes, our title is AI-powered IoT monitoring for safe agricultural storage. Yes. So firstly, sir has asked that what we need, that is early detection, continuous monitoring, and decision support. So as we have given here, we can prevent post-harvest losses by monitoring temperature, humidity, gas levels, and moisture in real time. So yesterday, the definition of AI by our guest was given that. Especially Madhup sir has given us that. What is AI? So AI is the eye which can't sleep and the brain which can't be tired. Yes, so our system will help to detect using AI. That is, if we are unable, that is, we are mostly not available 24/7, but our system will be there for 24/7. It will keep an eye on the cloud as well as crop, so it will be helpful to us. And by Praveen Suryavanshi sir, it was said that, he said that AI is equal to early detection. Yes, our system does early detection. So we have solution stage as functional prototype, that is IoT plus cloud monitoring. We have prototype with us. And talking about the overview of our project, so we have implemented our project for the onion storage. So it detects the stage of the food storage, or we can say crop, and our system gives alert to the user before it get spoiled, we can say. So next will be continued by Vaibhav.
So hello sir. So our problem statement is that the AI powered IoT for safe agriculture storage. So we develop our project for seed also, as well as the harvested product by farmer, like onion and other product also. So we provide the solution on that. So in industry as well as for the farmers, it is a big challenge to how to store our seed as well as the harvested product, for example onion. So how to store that? So we make the system for that. In that system we use the hardware as well as the software, as well as the for better monitoring we use the ML concepts in that. So in industry we have the storage houses, but big problem is that, so first problem is that the cost, and the second problem is that we require the humans for handle that. So for that purpose, according to consider the cost as well as the human required for that manage that warehouses. So we design our system. So in this system we monitor the temperature as well as moisture as well as the humidity, and according to that train the AI model and provide the solution on that. So the second problem is that for farmers. So अभी जो है, जो हम सब जो है फार्मिंग बैकग्राउंड से, तो जो किसान होता है उसको प्रॉब्लम ये है कि वो अपना जो क्रॉप होता है वो हार्वेस्ट कर लेता है, लेकिन प्रॉब्लम ये है कि उसको स्टोर कैसे करना है. तो अभी वॉर सिचुएशन चल रही है, तो एक्सपोर्टेशन है वो कम हो गया है. तो किसान को ये चैलेंज है कि वो उसका जो क्रॉप है वो हार्वेस्टेड क्रॉप, वो लाइक ओनियन फॉर एग्जांपल वी टेक द ओनियन को उसको स्टोर कैसे करें. आज की सिचुएशन में उसके पास सॉल्यूशन है, लेकिन ऐसा सॉल्यूशन नहीं है कि लो कॉस्ट में भी और लेस टाइम में हम उसको ज़्यादा स्टोर कर सकें. तो हमने ये सिस्टम बनाई है कि अगर ये यूज़ कर लेते हैं तो किसान उसकी जो सीड होते हैं, लाइक बाजरा होता है, मेज़ होती है, तो वो ज़्यादा दिन तक स्टोर कर सकता है. और अदर फूड लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल भी ओनियन भी लेते हो, तो ओनियन भी सपोज ओनियन की कैपेसिटी आज के दिन में हमने सर्वे किया था कि किसानों को पूछा था कि आपके पास जो ओनियन है वो आप कितने दिन तक उसको स्टोरेज कर सकते हैं कि वो अच्छा रहे. तो हमने उस सर्वे से ये निकाला है कि ओनियन मैक्स टू मैक्स 1 से 1.5 महीने तक ही टिक सकता है. तो लेकिन उसके अगर हमने ठीक से उसको स्टोर किया, प्रॉपर मेंटेन किया, तो 3 से 4 महीने तक उसको स्टोर कर सकते हैं. तो हमने सिस्टम बनाई है कि जो ओनियन है वो हम 3 से 4 महीने तक स्टोर कर सकते हैं, और उसके बाद हम सोल्ड कर सकते हैं जब भी अच्छा भाव मिले तब. So and these are the main problems for food spoilage, like lack of real-time monitoring, manual inspection takes more time. So another problem is that gas leakage, moisture damage, and another problem is that no centralized dashboard for monitoring that. So next one will be demo explained by Manoj.
So talking about a demo of our project, so we develop a dashboard for it. We generate the data from this our system, like we generate the data of the temperature, humidity, and moisture level of our warehouse. We can also implement more sensors in our warehouse, like if our warehouse is much more big, so we can implement more sensors in that. We collect the data of temperature and humidity and store it on a cloud. And after that, the storing on cloud, we design a dashboard. So this is a dashboard of our project. We can get readings, live readings of our warehouse directly on our dashboards. Also, we develop an app for it. Like some farmers don't know how to use this type of dashboard, so we also develop a app for it, so he can get user-friendly notifications and readings on his mobiles. So in the dashboard, we implement the functions like he can auto on off the fan if he want to on off the sensor live reading in the format of graphs, and also ML prediction. This model do the prediction that if our temperature risk is high, so like our temperature is going on high temperature every day, so we can predict the data from that data. The model can train itself and give the risk score prediction. So and also if the risk score is high, so he can get a notification on his mobile phone. Also if in the worst situation अगर हमारा सिस्टम है वो वर्क नहीं करता है, अगर हमारे पास इंटरनेट नहीं, वाईफाई नहीं, तो ये सब चलने वाला नहीं, पर हमारा जो सिस्टम है ये ऑफलाइन भी वो वर्क कर सकती. Like if our temperature is go on upside or get our temperature is high, so we can automatically turn on the fans and our ventilation system which is present in that warehouse. Also, sir, I want to tell you one thing. I am also a farmer boy, and we store the onions. In last year, I implement this project in my own kanda storage, so on. And yes, I get the much more benefits from this. So this is our dashboard. We can also download prediction PDF of that temperature also, and much more.
So talking about the outperforming the status quo, that is our solution as earlier said, AI plus IoT monitoring. So real-time monitoring, and we can say the comparison of the traditional solution with our solution is that our solution is at most giving 97% of monitoring accuracy. And talking about the manual, so it will be giving 70 to 75% accuracy. And I think it's better than traditional, that it gives as our early detection. So I think it's helpful. And talking about standard automation, so it gives 85% accuracy. Now talking about the ROI proof, that is return on investment proof. So Pratiksha will be telling that.
गुड आफ्टरनून सर, माय नेम इज़ प्रतीक्षा. अगर हम ये सिस्टम यूज़ करें तो हमारा 30% फूड जो स्पॉइलेज होता है वो हम रोक सकते हैं अप टू 30%. एंड देन हमारी स्टोरेज एफिशिएंसी भी हम बढ़ा सकते हैं देन 20%. ऑल्सो वी कैन सेव आवर एनर्जी फॉर स्मार्ट वेंटिलेशन. एंड ऑल्सो 10 to 15 lakhs हम annual saving कर सकते हैं for medium warehouse. Most of the farmer store that onions in that warehouse, but in 3 to 4 months that onions are not stored that in good situation. So here we in our system we set the threshold temperature that 27%. If and in our India temperature in between 20 to 48 degrees centigrade. So here we set that threshold, and if that threshold temperature is cross that limits means it's greater than 28 or 29, then our ventilation fan is on, and that save the onion. That
So sir, I would like to add one point. So as from your problem pitch, it is recognizable that loss is 20 to 80 lakh per lot. So at least I can say that we can save 10 to 15 lakhs for using our system. That's one point I can say. So the ask we can ask for you is that to scale this solution, we are looking for access to real industrial warehouse environments for testing. And then we can say industrial collaboration for deploying pilot systems, and mentorship and feedback from domain experts. Thank you. Thank you, everyone. One last thing is that here is our project demo or image, and here you can scan code and you can live test our project. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. At least you approach this, but I am still confused because I talked about the seed storage and germination. You presented on onion. Is it a seed or produce, normal produce?
Sir, we have implemented for onion, but yes, we can do for seed also.
Yes, because problem statement really was a complex because it covered many seeds, including the vegetables, and you know the vegetables are more perishable, except onion and potato. We usually don't store other vegetables because many times consumers need the fresh. But as far as onion, we have a problem, particularly in Maharashtra also. And I would suggest you to visit some of the institutes who are working on this onion storage, particularly IIT Mumbai and then the PDKV Akola. They have worked on, because the storage, again, the facility will depend on the capacity, how much capacity the storage unit will have. And I think they have because here we need to mention how the spoiled produce will be removed. Like one item, one onion is spoiled, there should be some facility to remove it as early as possible. So those, I think those components will need to be added, and we can collaborate with the Lasalgaon market, because you know the Lasalgaon is the biggest APMC for the onion, and then the area around Pune, and then the Nashik. Of course, in Marathwada and Vidarbha also the farmers, they are producing seed, and onion seed has a very high cost. And as you know, the agriculture, it's not in controlled conditions. So I will quote one example. Last year we had a onion seed which has to give us at least 1.5 crore, but because of the earlier one day before there was a storm, hailstorm, and everything was finished, we get only 16 lakhs rupees. So that is the, say, the uncertainty in agriculture. And those components are to be taken into mind. So, but good efforts by the team. Thank you very much. Any questions and comment on this reverse pitching and pitching from the audience? Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. One more point I just want to mention here, because the government of Maharashtra has taken a big initiative in AI in agriculture, using AI in agriculture. The special funds are earmarked for that. Every year, government of Maharashtra, they organize the Agri Hackathon. Last year, there were 850 proposals, and one of the theme of that Agri Hackathon is AI in agriculture. So many students, the entrepreneurs, they came forward, and then they selected two of each from each sub-theme, and then they were incubated with the sumptuous amount of 25 lakhs and 60 lakhs. So this is the new initiative, and recently there was a global conference on AI in agriculture at Mumbai, 22nd and 23rd February. So government of India is also looking forward so that the people can come up and use AI in agriculture. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Our next speaker is Dr. Dilip Kumar Kushwaha. He's a scientist at the Indian Agricultural Research Institute, New Delhi, and is also in charge of the Robotics and AI Laboratory. With over 2 decades of experience in agricultural engineering, his work focuses on precision agriculture, robotics, agri-drones, IoT, and AI applications in farming systems. With a slight departure from our previous two sessions of reverse pitches, Dr. Dilip Kumar Kushwaha will be presenting the problem and also the solution pitch. Ladies and gentlemen, please join in welcoming Dr. Dilip Kumar Kushwaha.
Thank you. So first of all, I would like to express my thanks to the organizers for giving me the opportunity to present the problems, and already the stage for the agriculture problems already set, and the students have presented well, and in that line. So as already told about me, that so myself, Dr. Dilip Kumar Kushwaha, I am scientist at Indian Agriculture Institute, and I am the in charge of the robotics and AI laboratory. So there we try to solve the problems which are farmer-centric, and one the problem, if you see that in India, the sown area is around 141 million hectare, and roughly about 46% of the country's total geographical area, which is, and out of that, if you see the size of the field, so in that 80 to 86% farmers is having the land less than 2 hectares. So, the small farmers, if we talk about that, it's count for 17.6%. And if we see the percentage wise, the number of farmers. So here, the 86.2% marginal and small farmers are there. And if you see the breakup of the types of the farmers with respect to land holdings in India, the large farmers which have the land more than 10 hectares, it only the 0.6%. And medium and small, if you talk about, so medium is the 13.2 and the small and marginal. So here also further categories. So here you can see the categories like the marginal farmers which have the land which is 1.0 hectare, and the small, we can say that the small to large, the farmers having the land more than 1 hectares. So this is the problem, if you see. So in field, we have to apply the agricultural inputs, like earlier in session, that seed is the one major input. Then after the seed, there are fertilizers, pesticide, weedicides, and the irrigation water are the important inputs. And we have seen that these agricultural inputs are applied in the field in uniform manner. So the soil fertility, crop nutrient startups, pest and disease pressure, then the soil moisture levels and the crop growth stages are the stages where these inputs are very much important. So if the inputs are applied uniformly, then if there is in the variability in the soil nutrients in the field, then the production, that yield may be different, may be variable. So the result in will be 30 to 40% wastage of inputs like fertilizer, weeds or pesticides, and reduces the nutrients use efficiency because the inputs have not reached where they have to be utilized by the plant. So the higher production cost of the farmers is the result. Then another thing is the overuses of the agriculture inputs to the environment may cause the damage. So in that way, so to reduce this 30 to 40% wastage, what is the solution? The solution is the AI-driven variable rate application system for precision crop management. So how the AI can be used in agriculture? To understand that, before that, we need to understand what is the variable rate and variable rate technology. So to understand that, we have to go to the agriculture revolution, that is the agriculture 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, 4.0, and we are reaching to the 5.0. But if we talk about the Indian stage, so the agriculture 2.0 is nothing, it is the mechanization. So here the tractor and the machinery were used to increase the mechanization level so that the operations can be done very much in time. And agriculture 3.0 is the nothing, it's the precision agriculture actually. So in precision agriculture, the role of the GPS and GIS technology is very much important. And this is the stage where we have to need to be focused. So, and after that, the agriculture 4.0, where the robots or drones or some smart technologies can be used. So that is the smart agriculture. And agriculture 5.0, and that is the digital agriculture. So here we can see that in agriculture 3.0, the GPS technology was changed much for precise application. So that the GPS with GIS technologies was used, and in precision agriculture there are the 5 R's. So here the right source, right amount, right place, right time, and the right manner. So the framework for optimization of the farm inputs. So this is the place where we have to see the solution. The site-specific approach. So that site-specific approach can be done with the help of the GPS sensors and the advanced technologies like robotic or drone solutions. So these technology can reduce the wastage and can save the environment too. So here the right source, the right amount. So right source means what type of the input. So already we have discussed that the seed, the fertilizer or pesticide. Then right amount. So how much has to be applied in the field. So for that, before application, we have to need to analyze the status of the fertility and the location. So that is the very much important. And the solution means what manner we can apply to save the resources or inputs. So that is the answer is the variable rate applications. So in variable rate applications, there are the three stages: the data collection, analysis, then the application. So in this, the technologies which are used, as discussed, the GPS with GIS are used for making the maps. Then remote sensing technologies can be used to collect the information. Then sensors and IoT to get the exact information about the field status. So here the data processing is to be done with the big data analytics or farm management softwares, the variable rate technologies, and automation and the robots. So here the key applications for these technologies, the site-specific management, optimized input, then improved yield and quality, then sustainability. So here the major focus will the data collection, the data processing, and the application with the variability. So there are the two methods. One is the map-based technology, another is the sensor-based. So in map-based, I already discussed that we have to use the GPS and GIS technologies to generate the map based on the information collected, and we have to apply the input. The another is the sensor-based VRT. So here the real-time application with the help of sensors can be done. So in map-based VRT, this is the flow chart that the data collection, then GIS processing, then zone creation, means we have to identify the areas. Then we have to generate the prescription map so that we can identify, you can see where action has to be taken, and the field application. So, the prescription to the field application is the place where the soil nutrients or the seed or weedicides like that need to be applied. Another method is the sensor-based, that VRT. So on-the-go system in which the real-time processing and variable application is needed. So if we go for the real-time application, then we need to huge processing. But in agriculture, there is some limitations because we have to use the technology in the field. So there, we cannot connect all the time the machinery with the high flow data connections like the 5G or 7G. There are the limitations. So real-time versus pre-planned applications. So we have to select the better solution, the cost-effective solution. So one is the pre-planned application. So in map-based methods, the detailed that like in the, with the machine software, and that the machine can deliver the inputs like fertilizer and seed at a particular location. So these are the screen sort of machines that how it can work. So in this, the fluted roller and the other components are controlled with the help of the AI. And these are the block diagram for that. And this is the how this machine works. Another application solution is the VRT robot, in which we can do better control. So this is the flow diagram of the VRT robot. So in this, the GPS and the grid-based data can be fused together. Then there is the CPUs, means microcontrollers, can be used for the calculations and delivery of the correct input at the right place in the field. So this is the GPS location-based fertilizer delivery system, which we have done in the Python code. And we have used the decision tree. Because why we have to use these very small light solutions? Because we have the limitations for the processing. So this is the robot which we have developed and we have tested in the field. So this is also demonstrated in various platform. And here is the one video, if works. I'm sorry, it's not working. So this is the video how this robot works. So this is the the testing of this robot. So we have sown the crop as well as we have applied the fertilizers to the crop. And now the economic returns. So as we discussed earlier that around 30% losses can be saved, which are happening due to the variable rate. So the automation can save the labor and the input. So both can be done. Then there is the input cost reduction, because the inputs are applied at a particular location where they are especially needed. Then the scalability and the viability, because the machinery with the low cost microcontroller solution which are running with the AI models, that can be done and can be used in the farms field. Then environmental protection, so that we can use these machines in a better way and we can reduce the pollutions, water conservations and lower GHG emission. So thank you very much for giving me the opportunity. Any question if you have? Okay, if not, thank you so much. And so this is our, I think it's, yeah. So this is our robotics and AI lab, where we give the training to the students also. So if the students or technicals are interested, they can do internship there, they can learn about the agriculture and as well as the robotics. So I welcome the students and the faculties. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. Before we move to our panel discussions, we would like to make you a part of our process, and for that you will be seeing a QR code on display here, and we would like you to vote for your team. This will be for selecting today's winning team, and the voting will remain open for next few minutes. You can scan the code and vote for your team. Before we begin and move into our next segment called Marathwada Rising, I would like to request Honorable Vice Chancellor, Sir, uh, Dr. Professor Vilas Sapkar, Sir, Dr. Ashish Gadekar, Sir, Dr. Parminder Kaur, Ma'am, and our two guests for this segment, Dr. Uday Khodke and Dr. Dilip Kumar Kushwaha, on stage. I would like to also invite Madhup Mudiraj on stage. I would also like to invite Mr. Utsav Machar on stage. He is the president for CMIA. We now move into a special segment titled Marathwada Rising. This discussion explores how technology, entrepreneurship, and innovation can drive regional transformation and create new opportunities across Marathwada. May I invite our distinguished panelists to join us on stage. Mr. Kedar Ravangave, Marketing Head, Kotak Bank. Dr. Ashish Gadekar, Registrar, MGM University. Imran Ansari, Founder, Inc. IT Solutions. Terry To, AI Tech Head, Discoverrlabs.ai. Nishad Mehare, Associate Director, Optus. Utsav Machar, President, CMIA. And joining us online is Dr. Dimitrios Salampasis, Associate Professor, Emerging Technology and FinTech, Swinburne University of Technology.
have a specific authority and a specific ecosystem orchestrator that will be able to put together all these different pieces and be able to, control and incentivize, because at the same time, in order to create tech hubs, you need to make sure you have a common strategy. You need to make sure you have an understanding of which technologies you wish to work on. But at the same time, there has to be a proper mandate, because all of this also need to require trust, require buy-in from specific stakeholders, and also mapping the particular stakeholders who will be part of the tech hub is very critical. So there has to be also buy-in from investors, from the government, from the public sector, from the private sector, and all that. At the same time, what is also critical from a strategy point of view is to have a unique value proposition, because having a tech hub, it's not about only creating technologies or being at the forefront of technological evolution, but at the same time it has to service the economy, it has to service the society, it has to create lines of connectivity with other parts of the world. So I think for the particular region that you're referring to, it's very critical to ensure how this particular hub is linked to other hubs and also how it is linked to other regions. What are the unique assets and capabilities that need to be leveraged, because you need to have that level of uniqueness, which is very critical. And at the same time, it's very important to ensure that you have a strategy that it's scalable, a strategy which is evolutionary, and strategy that is also linked to the types of technologies and the types of services you wish to offer. So from an entrepreneurial point of view, this is very important as well.
Awesome, thank you so much. You work at the intersection of academia, governance, and emerging tech. What differentiates regions that successfully translate research into real commercial and societal impact? And how should universities balance AI research when designing curriculum?
This is actually a very interesting question, because currently, with artificial intelligence, universities have been put at the forefront of pressure for many topics in relation to research, in relation to teaching, in relation to even the existential role that universities are being driven with the advent of AI. I think AI shouldn't be seen as a hindrance. It should be seen as an enabler. It should be seen as a stakeholder. And currently we see a number of universities around the globe grappling to understand how AI can be incorporated in curricular design, how it can be incorporated into teaching, how it can even be incorporated into creating authentic assessments. And as you're probably aware, one of the biggest challenges that universities are being faced currently is how do you actually ensure responsible use of AI from the students, and particularly responsible use of AI when it comes to assessments. And we have seen numerous issues with students exploiting, but also academics exploiting AI with research and all that. So I think putting the ethical and the responsible lens in relation to the innovation around AI and how AI can be responsibly and ethically incorporated in curricula is very important. I think one of the key elements we have to take into account is that that the AI world is moving so fast. So it's important for academics and also for policymakers related to higher education to be able not just to catch up, but to be able to foresee what are the key trends we're seeing, and also how to be able to work with AI to ensure that our students remain employable, that we create the talent that is required for tomorrow, but also to anticipate what kind of jobs will exist in the new market. Because currently, as we have seen, numerous companies around the globe are making people redundant. They all cite AI reasons, even though that's not always the case. So we see a lot of AI washing, and definitely universities need to probably stay away from that. But at the same time, I think there is a lot of conversation happening around what is the purpose of university, what is the purpose of higher education, and where does AI come in to support our role, to support our research, and to make sure that we properly translate our research excellency into new business models, let's say, new entrepreneurial ventures, supporting students to not only get a job, but to be able to think entrepreneurially, to run their own business, to have a portfolio approach into their career. And that's something that I also talk to my students. You need a portfolio approach, which it's not only about having the technical skills, but also how do you actually translate that into value creation patterns, into new business models, into new value propositions. Ultimately, in my opinion, and that would be my final comment for this one, it's really critical to have a cultural but also a mindset shift, which I think it's the most difficult part in this kind of conversation. But I think we're going to be seeing a lot of changes moving forward. But I personally don't see AI as a threat. I see it as an enabler for further innovation, and maybe also revisiting the ultimate premise and the ultimate value proposition of higher education.
Thanks for those insights, Dr. Dimitros. I think we are all trying to catch up with the pace of AI and how fast it's going ahead. Going from education to the people who hire from education, so Imran, I would like to bring you into the discussion. When you hire AI talent, what do you find missing in graduates from even the stronger universities that you hire from?
That's a very good question, Nishad, and I would like to actually say hello to Dimitros as well before I jump into the question. I'll give a background about Inc. IT Solutions first. So Inc. IT Solutions was formed in 2014, and there were like 3 founders, me, Kabir and Maddie, and we have grown to 340 people. And most of them has been the people from offshore, right? And I think since the last 3 years, universities have played a key role in terms of providing us with good talent, which we have recruited, and MGM being one of the universities that we actually collaborate with. So thank you MGM for that, providing the talent. But I think the gap could be the number of applicants that we get, the filtration of the applicants. Probably that is one thing if that can be addressed. So that we have actually, get focused candidates and we can actually speak to limited people. I think there is a lot of incubation happening at the moment in terms of developing some sort of a portal as well to address that problem. The other ones would be like, the cultural part, I would say. I think Dimitros touched a little bit on the AI culture, but the cultural part, what I want to mention is like, when we are recruiting for the Australian people, for the Australian companies, there has to be a bit of cultural training in terms of, what the expectation in terms of a culture would be from. So if the students are probably, given that particular couple of sessions, not a lot, but couple of sessions in terms of, how that can be, that will definitely provide a lot of value to the students and bring a lot of value to the companies who would wanting to be recruited as well. So, these are some of my points.
Thanks, Imran. I think you spoke a little bit about the culture fit and the suitability of the people working for, I guess, forums worldwide. Let's try bringing this more into Marathwada region, and Utsav, I might come to you for this one. From your experience, what are the unique challenges and advantages for AI startups from regions like Marathwada compared to Indian metro cities?
Hello, yeah, audible? So one of the biggest advantages actually that's emerging in Marathwada is the proximity of real problems and real challenges that are coming in place. In fact, with improving the operations of a factory, improving operations of a plant, making it more efficient, making it and also having large-scale opportunities in AI will actually create a very meaningful impact. And in fact, with the right ecosystem of mentorship with the industry, and hence we also have CMIA's Magic that really plays a very important role in mentoring startup ideas, in mentoring people, not only with their ideas, but the past presidents, the patron members, the industrialists. They themselves, every Saturday, they spend a lot of time with these startups, and of course, AI is the incoming thing right now. But other than AI, there are many things that we are focusing on in agriculture, also in making different robots. Also, in fact, one of the startups has made a glove that literally talks. So you can wear that glove, and when you do this, it says 1. When you do this, it says 5. So it's all sign language on that. It's not only about just making sure that these startups get that particular edge, but also making sure that they go through the entire course of the process of becoming an entrepreneur, from applying for loans, talking, how to speak to banks, how to speak to investors, if somebody wants to invest in your project, whether or not. There was somebody who approached me saying that at a summit that, we have an idea and there are people who are wanting to invest in our idea. So now they come to a dilemma whether we should have somebody or we should just go ourselves. So I told them, why don't you just go to Magic? Why don't you, because we have somebody that we are catering to in the industry, so why don't you do that? And then, they can guide you.
Awesome. Thanks, Utsav. Kedar, let me come to you for the next one. With the software industry that, India has been, involved in, we've always been sort of service-driven economy. We have always provided service as the first thing to the wider, larger market. So, in your opinion, is India positioned to build globally competitive AI products in fintech or commerce, especially from your point of view in the banking area? Or are we still going to become or continue to be, the service economy that we are?
Hello, everyone. So I've had quite a varied experience and also felt very, very differently about my own place of origin. I would slightly reframe what you just said. We were the backstage enablers, perhaps a decade back. Then we were at the front stage trying to build all the softwares that are there. And it's also very evident in the way the leadership has panned out. Pick any company and you'll see the leadership is stemming from, has some connect to the universities here or having spent time in India. To now, I think it's time for leapfrogging. While the journey from being the backstage enabler to coming to a place where you were servicing, or let's say you were building a lot of IT solutions for the world, I think it's now the product wave. And I feel India is very uniquely positioned in doing that. Three things that work in favor of India. I think the first thing is the huge consumer base. Look, the kind of the monthly active user base that Amazon India used to be all of rest of the countries minus US. So that's the kind of scale that India brings in. The second thing is that the overall digital infrastructure, and if I were to talk about finance, I think one thing that India is known for globally is the UPI wave that we brought in. And everyone who visits India, they are taken to the store, they've been asked to pay using the QR code, and we've all seen some form of content which, post demonetization, the way QR code has made inroads. We're talking roughly about 600 million people using UPI today. So that's huge infrastructure that's available. So that's the second thing that works in our favor. I have a friend in the Bay Area in the US, and we were joking the other day. He's still paying rents by sending a check to his landlord. And we were saying that, back here in India, no one carries a wallet anymore. So digital infrastructure is huge. The third thing that works in favor of India is really the cost of experimentation is very, very low in India. So if you really want to experiment and learn, I think India is really the place which makes it easier for you. So when you look at these three things, they're the trifecta which will fuel the growth for the next wave of products coming in. The first is, like I said, there's a huge consumer base that's available. There's the overall infrastructure that is being built. And thirdly, the cost of experimentation. So now is our time. And I just saw some of the products that the students presented today. Incredible. So we are up there. India is shining already.
Ashish sir, Kedar's touched on leapfrogging in this whole momentum. So if you want to leapfrog and if you want the students graduating in the next 5 years to be globally competitive in AI, what capabilities must institutes like MGM or universities start prioritizing, say today? What would your views be on that?
Yeah, I think leapfrogging is the right word that he used, and I think we are very much leapfrogged. as far as our education system is concerned, the way we are approaching new technology. I think being Indian, being students from here, we are more receptive to change, which I don't know, some of you might agree that, Western countries are a little less adaptive when it comes to, but for us, like, we are constantly trying to learn, how would we get there? There are few mechanisms that we are already using which are as much comparable with the best. Like, I really like how Dimitrios mentioned about, one is curriculum part of it, where AI is, being taught, being integrated into the curriculum. But he also mentioned about assessments, how assessments also can actually help. That's where we need to work, where, where AI can be added into the assessments, where the students can be connected better with the industry as to what industry wants. So if they're assessed in a way, in such a way that, whatever they learn or whatever they're tested on can actually make them skillful in the industry. I think that's where it can be helpful. I was talking about the best of the universities, Northeastern, one of the universities which I had followed, how they have integrated AI into their curriculum. It starts with any program you take, even if it's social sciences, humanities, they start with the foundation in the first year. Then the second, they start with computing, then the foundation. Computing, we think that we already know. A lot of things, a lot of graduates, whenever they're taking admission, they already know about it. Second, they go foundation. Then on the third year, they go into some kind of integration between industry and the academics in terms of the programs. And then the fourth year is entirely applied AI. So I think we also we are pretty much at par. When you talk about leapfrogging, we are at par, but I think we have gone a few steps ahead, where we are putting more electives, we are introducing more minors right from the beginning, and making them ready right in the second, third year. Very happy that that is happening right here, and we are all talking. I'm proud to have Dimitrios as well, someone like Imran, Terry, who's here and talking about Marathwada Rising. I think having the Marathwada perspective also.
Awesome.
I just want to add one point to what Ashish was also saying. I think the biggest thing, I think what would be interesting for industry and academia to know that how AI will help to integrate this particular gap. What the industry wants and what AI can provide to let students know beforehand what skill set they need. I don't know how it's going to happen. I think probably complicated, but exactly to what Ashish was saying, if we have something like that, then I think sky's the limit where AI can be used for each and everything.
Amazing. Thanks for those insights. Terry, let me bring you in now. Ashish sir spoke about assessments being a part of the curriculum and how that might be beneficial. You've been in the AI world for a while now. You're the architect, if I might call you that. Many AI solutions look impressive on paper. Or even in research, but struggle when it comes to a real-life implementation. So, what are the biggest challenges that you think, that you have observed when taking AI from lab to production?
Yeah, well, this is actually happening everywhere, to be very honest, right? So, we always call ourselves solution team as a manufacturer, right? So, we are the one in the manufacturer producing, solutions for business, for industry. Right. So this is actually, if you look at the pilots, it's like, we call it like you are building an autonomous car in the lab. You're doing the dry run, you have the data from business, for industry, but you are doing that in the lab. But if you go into the productions, you're putting the real autonomous car in the real transport system, where you have different circumstances, right? Different conditions, right? So before I go for the key challenges, right, I have quite a few, but I think it's very important for us to understand that the nature of solution development is changed, right? So if you look at where we were before AI, right? If you want a solution, it's like 1 + 1 = 2, right? It's not going to change. It's going to static forever, right? So it's 1 + 1 is always equal to 2. Doesn't matter. But with AI, which is an intelligent brain in place, It's no longer 1 plus 1 equal to 2, right? So there will be a contextual, there will be a learning, there will be a brain running behind, right? So that if you ask a question about 1 plus 1, is it equal to 2? AI will think about, is it a rider? Is it a mathematic? Is it something else? Right? There's a rationale behind it, right? But the reason I'm bringing this one is because if you think about it, right? So the approach is changed, right? It's no longer the traditional, the software development life cycle, right? So there are a few key challenges, right? Of course, always the first key challenges I've been talking to a lot of people is actually, technology team, we try to build something, solutions based on our imagination. This is exactly what we're trying to address here. Reverse pitching, right? So you are doing something, you are building a autonomous car, you don't even know which city you're going to drive. You don't even know how's the condition. Is it Mumbai, Pune, or can be Malaysia, Singapore, right? You don't even know the real, right? So this is actually, but even on the second key change, even you know the problem statement, doesn't mean it's still going to be smooth, the journey, right? So I'm always looking at the AI, from pilots to the production, it's a journey. Right, if you look at the example I was given, the software development compared to now AI, right, it's all about the data, right? It's actually even bringing the business industry, operation, your data engineer, from the client side for the other side, even closer to the solution team, right? It's becoming a one single lab, right? Because no one knows better than yourself, right? Like I think the Keda mentioned about the smart engineering, right? So your team knowing how's the data, how's your QC process going to work, right? So that changed a lot of dynamic. But I think the third key challenges, right? Actually, what I'm trying to say is actually it's more than technology, right? I will try to reframe that. I'm coming from a technology background, but the industry or everyone have to change their perspective as well, right? It's no longer like you're asking for IT implementation, you're expecting go live, things will just go like that. Right, it changed, right? It has to be a journey. It's a journey, right? You think about a brand, right? So I always tell my teams about, 1 plus 1 is not equal to 2, right? So it's a journey, right? So the expectation from different perspectives need to change as well, right? Right. So it changed a lot of perspective, right? So, but I'm always a big fan of think big, start small. Right, because if you think small and start small, you're actually looking at the solution statement, right? If you are talking about the polyp scanning, I'm actually looking at the polyp scanning. But I wouldn't consider about data privacy, performance, accuracy, how's the continuous training going to be, right? I think the approach changed from all perspective, solutions, industry, business, operation, right? So we all have to connect together, right? It's not going to work if any sub is not there. Yeah, that's my perspective.
I like that. Think big, start small. I think collaborations at the ground level sort of can be key to those starting small. Imran, have you, in your experience, have you tried collaborating with a university on talent or research in terms of starting small? If you have, how has that worked? Has that worked, or did that slow you down? I would be keen to know. I'm sure everyone else would be.
Yes, definitely. Like collaboration is always on the mind, right? I think the other day we were having lunch, right? Ashish sir was mentioning one of the things that is working for universities is collaborating with different other universities as well, bringing out the messages like and I think he was mentioning about an African university that the cross collaboration that is happening. So even for us, right, collaboration has been the key. We are always keen to collaborate. Dimitros is here, like the collaboration with Swinburne University at some level that we actually did some work with them as well. But yes, like I mentioned in my earlier answer as well, right, we have been collaborating with MGM University and a couple of universities in Australia as well. It has definitely worked well, where we have actually understood the kind of talent that is coming out in the market, the kind of potential that they have. I mean, I was panel of a couple of interviews, and I think I was mentioning to Terry or maybe Maddie, I was blown away with the knowledge that the young kids have, the Gen Z or the Alpha or whatever you call them, but the knowledge that the students have. I was like, okay, explain me. I went to ChatGPT to understand what they were saying, to be honest. So this is all happening because of collaboration. This is, I think, Kedar was mentioning about the level that India is doing, right, in terms of the technological advancement. And me and Terry were in a rickshaw, and Terry was looking at the barcode which is hanging at the back. I mean, that is happening at the ground level over here in Marathwada region. So, coming back to the question, sorry, I digressed a little bit, but yes, we are collaborating. We are looking to collaborate in future as well. There are a roadmap that we have created for the next 4 or 5 years. There is a strong with the talent that we got over the last 2 years. We are excited in terms of getting more universities on board, because I think now with the advancement of technology and the knowledge that the students are having, you would take a 10-year-old experienced person or a intern out in the market, the talent is same, I would say. So yeah, thank you.
Awesome. Utsav, we've been speaking about the collaboration between the hiring companies and the education side of things. For industries in Marathwada that may still really be in the early stages of their AI adoption journey, what are the first realistic steps you would recommend, especially for SMEs, and how can educational institutes like MGM support you in that transition for the SMEs and the industry?
So is this more about SMEs or like MSMEs?
I think more broadly for Marathwada as a region and industries which are still early in their AI adoption.
As rightly as what Ashish was also saying, I think just the first step is very important. The first step, whether or not it relates to you, I think study about the same is very, very important. And especially when it comes to AI, for small scale industries, they might feel that, what's the need of AI? But, anticipating a breakdown, for example, how much load your machine can take, or how much production you can make in X number of hours, etc. So gradually, I think when they perceive things in a long-term way, I think it is going to be an excellent adoption of AI in industry, and eventually this is going to happen, like as rightly as what my dear friend Kedar mentioned. Earlier when everyone, I was in the US, plastic money, like when you go there, credit cards, it's for the first time. But again, you have to become a part of the whole ecosystem. So I think it's most important to become a part of that ecosystem. And when we also, as India, we became a part of this entire ecosystem where we started using Google Pay and Paytm, it really helped. So I think one is bridging the gap and educating people through summits like this, that yes, AI is for everybody. AI is not a threat if you use it in the best possible way and use it as an opportunity rather than an obstruction. And the right kind of education in such kind of summits will help the MSMEs, the SMEs, large-scale industries also for that matter, to make sure to use AI in the best way, which is productive.
Awesome. Thanks, Utsav. Kedar, we just heard from Utsav around small-scale industries and the adoption. You worked with Amazon in your past life. At Amazon-like scale, experimentation is constant. So they've got the resources, they've got the the money for it. How can smaller ecosystems replicate that culture without large budgets?
Firstly, there's a misnomer that when you get big is when you can experiment more. It's in fact the other way around. You can experiment a lot more when you're small, and that gets you scale. At least in my tenure, whether in an e-com or now in a fintech and earlier probably a CPG world, I think there were 3 things which have stayed with me, which have helped me and are perhaps great tools for us to to kind of incorporate in our own organizations or in our own ways in which we want to drive things within our teams. The first thing that really helps experimentation is being okay with failures. I think one of the biggest cultural stigma that we have grown up is by looking down upon anything that failed. So as leaders, be it in an organization or in a university or anywhere, I think making it okay to fail is first big cultural shift that really helps and liberates a lot of us to kind of experiment. The second thing is what Jeff used to famously say is fire 10, even if 2 sticks is fine. So fail fast. Go ahead and do a lot of experiments, but do small ones and do it at a fast scale. So as opposed to looking at it from experimentation, see it more as failing fast. It also used to come with an amendment as we used to look at it. Fail fast, but don't fail twice. So whatever mistake that you would have done, make sure you don't commit the same mistake again. And the third thing is, how do you ensure that the mistake is not committed again? There is a very good mechanism that I've seen working, is something called as, you do RCAs, or you do cause of error. And cause of error, for the ones who've worked on Amazon would know, is a 5-page document that you're supposed to write for anything that you've failed and why it didn't work. And that 5-page document used to be richer than the document written for a country on why the country went to $1 billion in sales over a year. So these documentation and institutionalizing the entire failure, why it happened and why it should not happen in the future with a system and a mechanism is the most richest documents, is the most richest mechanism that I have seen. So it's okay to fail fast. If you fail fast, you just move on with great learning mechanisms that you put in place, whether it's an RCA, COE, you should design for yourself. And yes, scale doesn't allow experimentation. Start small, and that's where you could probably experiment.
Thanks, Kedar. Ashish sir, Kedar talked about these 3 attributes that are very key, and I personally feel like they are more related to mindset even at the individual level, let alone be at the organization level. In driving those or creating those mindsets, are there any global educational models that India should consider if we want to lead in this applied AI world?
Yeah, that's a good one. We are all, I think, as a globally, we are maturing still, and like we say, like to each his own. Globally, there are universities, like I mentioned, Northeastern, then there's Stanford, and these are the names that come to our minds when you talk about how they are implementing. What we feel is we should work on our core competencies. What we generate is a lot of data all the time. So if we are into, for example, when you're talking about Marathwada, the first thing that comes to our mind is agriculture. How we are implementing AI in agriculture, and rightly we chose this one of the paths today. So there's constantly a lot of data being generated. Now what we want to do is AI to help is into predictive analysis, what AI generally does. It does predictions. So how our education can actually build is, how we can integrate what are our core competencies within ourselves. Something that will work for our university may not work for the universities globally, and vice versa. But fundamentally, we are doing what probably the best are doing, or what universities, I wouldn't say best, or what universities are looking at, what they want to educate their students with. Like I said previously, they're just inserting in AI the fundamentals in everything in their curriculum. So something that works in globally to some with some other university, we are doing the same, but in some other field. Mechanization, automation is what we have around here. We have in Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, we have a big industry. What Utsav also said, with the small scale industry, and also with what Kedar said, it's like no organization is small enough. So our students, our universities can go to these industries and learn what they are generating as data and what kind of predictive analysis we can do for them. So I think fundamentally we are all on the same page, but our directions will be different as we apply those AI skills. So yeah, that's what I feel.
This is by far the biggest time right now for getting opportunities in the city of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar, getting so much of investment into the city. I think this is just the right time for everybody to explore opportunities. If you need if you need any of us to help you, connect the right people, I think we'd be glad to do that. Ashish.
Thanks for that, Utsav.
Just add.
Yeah, sure.
See one piece, and since we have a lot of students here, as you work deep in AI, it's very easy to get seduced by what AI can do. I think the value is going to come from subject matter experts meeting AI experts. So what we learn in our universities and the courses that we have are as much relevant or perhaps even more. So functional experts are the ones who are going to be rare and perhaps who are going to be paid more. So keep that balance on.
Thanks for that, Kedar. Dimitros, I'm conscious of your time. I know we were a bit late in starting, but in closing, just some thoughts from you that you would like to share apart from what we have been discussing so far.
Yes, absolutely. It's been a fascinating discussion to listen and contribute to. I totally agree with all the insights and the ideas shared by the panelists. I just wanted to leave with a couple of comments. I think the first one is that students currently in higher education need to be able to cultivate the ability to ask the right questions. I think we are getting into an era where AI, unfortunately or fortunately, will put a lot of jobs in jeopardy. So I think being able to ask the right questions and being able to critically evaluate AI output, AI generated output is very critical. Another thing that I wanted to mention is that discipline expertise is important, but at the same time, you need to adopt more of a generalization mindset. And what do I mean by that? And I try to convince also my students that they need to think broader. And that also depends on the fact that currently there are more students and more graduates competing for fewer roles. So try to adopt some sort, and I know they've got a lot of students there, so my main message is try to adopt more of a blue ocean rather than a red ocean strategy. When you are in university, you are in a safe environment. You are in an environment that you can experiment, you are safely and concretely. So use this time to make synthesizing decisions, making sure that, for example, you study finance, great. What else can you do with AI, with other emerging technologies to not only enrich your profile, but also think differently? Do you want to compete with a role that other 1,000 students would compete? Or do you want to diversify yourself by bringing that finance or accounting or any kind of disciplinary expertise and bundle it with AI or other technological capabilities to make, for example, become, let's say, someone who audits smart contracts, which they would be very highly paid, and there are not that many in the industry right now. So having this kind of mindset to combine, probably not by the default combinatory disciplines, I think this is the future. So definitely ask the right questions, cultivate critical thinking to be able to challenge AI generated output, and thirdly, think within but also beyond your discipline in terms of how your career will evolve, and bear in mind that our careers will change constantly. So that continuous mindset of learning, unlearning and also relearning is going to be very critical.
Thanks, Dimitros. I'm conscious of your time. I know it's almost late evening in Melbourne, so we would love for you to continue to be with us. But if you do need to go, feel free for that. But I really thank you for your time. And I've just got one last question for Terry on that note. What technological infrastructure do you think is essential for regions like Marathwada if you want to build some serious AI capabilities or even implement AI across industries?
Yeah, well, if you're looking at AI infrastructure, right? So, I mean, just to be very frank, right? No one is going to compete with OpenAI, Gemini, right? But we have to work hand in hand with them. Right? We have to leverage, right? I mean, there will be essential architecture required, infrastructure required to be work hand in hand with them, right? But I think, because I think I would deviate this answer to a little bit more AI capability, right? With respect to the context of Marathwada Rising, right? Because we need to be very clear on what we mean by AI capability, right? What are we building? Because AI is pretty broad. Are we talking about cloud architecture platform? Are we talking about building AI software tools? Are we talking about building data scientist or data engineer hub? Or are we talking about industry vertical, right? My experience in the past few days in this event, right? I was very amazed of looking at, how the industry, the talents, the educator, the support for organization come together, right? So in our language, right, we always say one word is actually, you guys have a good cards to play. You already have the cards where you have all these dimensions come together, which is the industry specific AI empower application, right? So there's already a good card to play, but I think what my view is actually, my perspective is actually working with a different technical infrastructure, right? But that is the domains to start with, right? So it's like you start with one footprint, when then there's a footprint about you building the AI data hub, building even your own cloud platform architecture, etc., right? But I think there's already a good cards on hand.
Thanks, Terry. In closing, anyone would like to share anything that they would, want to talk about?
Just one thing about the summit, right? This is a fantastic platform that has been provided to the students, also to the industry leaders. I think this is the right platform that the people are after to come and express themselves in AI, demonstrate, and more than that, get the solution adopted. So yeah, fantastic. Thank you.
I think I would firstly thank Sarkal sir, Ashish, MGM University, Paramdar ma'am sitting here for having CMIA so gracefully on board for this particular event. Discoverrlabs.ai, thank you so much. But one thing I would say is that next year, if this becomes a practical approach as well, as in like people say, you have people who are actually trying to make people learn about AI, and they're having their laptops out there and they are actually learning how it is done practically, as you rightly said. That will be an amazing idea to go from there. One day event, I think, just learning about different tools.
Absolutely.
I have a small anecdote to share. I was on my flight from Bombay to, I'm still getting used to saying Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. I've lived here all my life, and I know that the name has changed now. Typically, when you're on these flights, I see a different kind of a conversation on a bus. For the first time, I'm getting goosebumps as I'm saying this. For the first time, there were folks who were talking about AI and coming to Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar. That to me was a proud moment. So, and these are real anecdotes, right? That's when you know things are changing. So, of course, institutes, industrialists, and a lot of entrepreneurs all coming together. I'm very happy to see this happen. Thanks.
My final word will be for the students, the audience here. Actually, you are the people who should drive, who should look into this, because it is very easy to lose track and not do anything about it. The gap between industry and academia is, or the connection that we have is you. I think the more aware you are about what's happening around you, what's going to happen, more importantly, the more we can generate out of this whole ecosystem that we are trying to build, having all people from all across the globe in this kind of a seminar, in this kind of summit. I think it will help only if you join in this bandwagon together. That's my only point.
I feel like you all have stolen words from my mouth, so I have nothing else to say. Thank you so much. I would like to thank MGM University, Discover Labs for coming together in association with CMIA for organizing this. Thanks, everyone.
And thank you to Nish as well. He has done a fantastic job for taking us all together. Thank you, Nish.
Recording stopped.
Next, we have a presentation by one AI solution team under the innovation category. Please welcome the team on stage.
All right, so while the team is setting out, right, so we have received numerous of application, a lot of talents, impressive solution, right? So we are in the dilemmas like, there are so many good solutions, right? It's kind of wasted, like if they are not on the stage, right? So this is a special innovative categories, right? So, but in a nutshell, right? So I think that these solutions, my personal perspective is quite interesting for the industry we've been went through in the past 2 days, including today, right? So medical, governance, manufacture, right? So if you think about everyone is using, right, AI today, right? So government employee, engineering employee, or your healthcare is using ChatGPT to actually do some thesis summary. Government employees using ChatGPT or Gemini to actually do a compliance check, right? But from the industry perspective, right? So a lot of concerns around data privacy, right? My employees using external AIs for which is potentially might be sharing my organization or department's privacy, right? So what would be, what would be the trade-off of, while we're still retaining the employee productivity? Think about it. People can't live without AI, right? So in terms of document generation, review, summarization, right? What would be the solutions without compromise the productivity of the people, right? Especially the very high sensitive industry like governance, healthcare, and engineering, right? You don't want your QC report to go to the ChatGPT, right? So what would be the solutions without compromise the data privacy, but still retaining the productivity? I think this is exactly what the team gonna show today. Give them applause.
Hello, we are Team Binary Bots from School of Engineering and Technology. Some government officers may use AI tools, but they enter information, government data could be sent to foreign servers, and they indirectly train the foreign servers. Like we enter the data to ChatGPT, the sensitive information of government, train the ChatGPT models and servers. So this could allow Indian government data is indirectly trained foreign AI models. Also, there is no separation between departments. So defense, finance, and all the departments jumble at one platform, and all the data should handle on one platform and the same external platforms. So Gaurang will pitch the solution for this.
Thank you, Asip. So, okay, this is our solution. So we'll just explain our solution in short and just jump to the prototype. So Bharat AI is not just a chatbot, it's a complete sovereign AI infrastructure run entirely on Indian hardware via Llama, Llama 3, and no open AI or no Google or no Azure needed. So I'll just jump to the solution. Okay, so this is our solution. So the problem was government employees was using the ChatGPT or Gemini or Claude. As you know, the AI tools, new AI tools came and Claude boomed the market. So this is our solution. So this is not just a chatbot. This is complete Indian and local chatbot. So here, this is the NIC panel. This is National Informatics Center. Here, Zoom. Okay. So this is the government terminal, and this is the chat where we can search anything, and this is completely local. So here's our local Ollama model is running, and like this is the local AI where there is no third-party application here, and then there is a policy rules. So here we set the policy rules for employees. Whenever the employees search sensitive data, we set the policy rules, so it blocks the what I can say leakage. And then this is the document vault where we can upload our document and ask the questions. So next we'll see next explain policy.
So we divided the solution, and for every ministry we create a department or sector there. Those is the example of finance department. So here the finance employee can search and upload document, and related to their finance only they search and they give prompts. So every query to ChatGPT is a data export, but every query to Bharat AI is a sovereign operation.
This was our whole solution where we don't use any third-party AI tool. We just use Ollama, that is local model. So there is no data leak. This is our solution. Thank you. Disconnect. Any questions?
All right. Thank you so much. Right. So just to wrap it up, right? Think about you have your own organization ChatGPT only for your own employee, but they are controlled by persona,
right? They are controlled by finance domain, different persona, and you can enforce governance, right? So don't actually put in finance documents, right? We are going to block this thing, we're going to audit it, right? So we're going to implement, enforce the government rules, and everything will be there, right? This is very interesting, right? Give this team applause. Thank you.
Next, as we come almost to the close of the event, of this summit, we have captured some glimpses from day 1 and day 2. So next, we are going to play a video which captures the glimpses from day 1 and day 2 of the Silicon Plains CI Summit 2026.
मराठवाड़ा क्षेत्र हो या दूसरा कोई भी क्षेत्र हो, मेरे विचार में हिंदुस्तान में टैलेंट हर जगह रहता है और वो टैलेंट को आगे आने के लिए संभावनाएं निर्माण करनी पड़ेगी हमें, क्योंकि हमारी शैक्षणिक संस्थाओं का कर्तव्य।
Request and expect each and every student to learn and to concentrate by using AI in providing better solutions, effective solutions, and smart solutions to the future.
It was very wonderful, once in a lifetime I would say, because sitting right across Mr. Kailash Desai, the MD of Enders Hauser, it is really wonderful and really exciting. I was a bit nervous as well, but when he started speaking, the casual conversation, it went really smooth and I got really good compliments. We all got really good compliments, so it was a wonderful experience and I'd like to attend such events again.
So I think the uniqueness of this event in the fact that the students are like presenting like possible like solutions is like amazing. I like very happy to come to this event.
Overall, it was a great learning experience, and we'll try to participate in next events like this. Silicon Plains to give us opportunity to participate in this event, and thank you.
Experience बहुत अच्छा था because हम बहुत सारे अभी इवेंट्स में जा चुके हैं, उधर मैनेजमेंट का भी प्रॉब्लम होता है और गेस्ट भी कभी-कभी इतने इंटरेक्टिव रहते हैं, पर ये पहला इवेंट है जिसमें मैनेजमेंट भी बहुत अच्छे है और गेस्ट ने भी काफ़ी अच्छे इंसाइट्स भी दिए और टीचिंग भी दी कि इससे आप और बेटर कुछ कर सकते हो। Q&A सेशन हुए, उसमें और इंसाइट्स और हेल्प्स मिली, so it was very helpful event for us.
At all the sessions which happened in day 1, so it was a very enriching and learning experience in one of its kind, the format which we had this time in the AI.
Every $1 million problem was a highlight for me,
And the most important part was how the students in the startup community actually went on stage and gave their pitch. It was a proud moment for all of us, and I hope we continue this ritual every year. Day one was very exciting. I'm so happy the way it went.
Incubators, researcher, industry expert, how they collaborate together. This is first time saying I've been attended many events, right? This is the first time how the reverse pitching works. Marathwada Rising. Is it correct?
Now we proceed for the next segment, and for that I would like to invite on stage Honorable Vice Chancellor Sir, Registrar Sir Dr. Ashish Gadikar, Utsav Machar, President CMIA, Dr. Parminder Kaur Dhingra Ma'am, Madhuk Modiraj, Imran Ansari, and Mr. Piyush Kade, and also Terry Tong. We will now be announcing the name of the teams, and you are requested to kindly come on stage. From healthcare category, Team Nirvana.
We are waiting for 2 minutes for the chief guest to arrive. So meanwhile, all the organizing team come here for a group picture.
Students are requested to please be seated and do not leave the auditorium. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Jitendra Papalkar, Divisional Commissioner of Chhatrapati Sambhajinagar Division. may I now call upon the following teams on stage. Nirvana, Team Nirvana. Aeronexus team. Team Solo Byte. Calibration team. Sir, just a request to Honorable VC sir to kindly felicitate Papalkar sir. The next finalist team is Aeronexus team. The finalist under Smart Manufacturing track, Solo Byte. The finalist team under Robotics and Automation category, Calibration team. The next finalist team under robotics and automation is grinding team. Now we would like to have binary boards team under best innovation solution. The team is from School of Engineering and Technology. We have a governance AI category under which we have special mention. The team is Tech Solver team. They are an independent startup. And the winners of the Silicon Plains AI Summit. And the winners are Supreme team from Sanjeevani College of Engineering, Kopargaon under Agri-Tech category. I would now like to request Honorable VC Sir, Papalkar Sir, Registrar Sir and Com Ma'am to kindly felicitate the Discover Labs AI team. I would like to request Papalkar Sir to kindly address the audience.
सर्वप्रथम तर मी आज I feel very sorry and say that की I couldn't come and I actually मला या प्रोग्रामला फार येण्याची फार इच्छा होती because AI is the field which is the need of the hour. परंतु AIच्या सोबतच मला माझे शेतकरी पण तेवढेच प्यारे होते आणि त्याच्यामुळे मला सकाळी तिकडे जावं लागलं. आमच्याकडच्या महाराजस्व अभियानाचा आज ओपनिंग असल्यामुळे 2-3 सर्कलला मला शासनाच्या वतीनं उपस्थित राहावं लागलं. That's why AI is the latter part, but the farmer is the first because my division is a agro-based division. But I am very happy that one of these Kopargaon people students, they have prepared a very wonderful startup or you can say a invention की कांदा कसा प्रिझर्व केला पाहिजे आणि तो सर्वात जास्त काळ कसा ठेवता येईल याच्यावरती त्यांनी काम केलं. आणि I think most of the students, they have done a wonderful job, and the MIT and MGM and MGM team, those I am very much thankful to them की त्यांनी अशा पद्धतीने आमच्या नवीन येणाऱ्या स्टुडंट्सना एक चांगल्या पद्धतीचं वातावरण या निमित्तानं उपलब्ध करून देत आहेत. आणि याच्यातले सगळे जे काही त्यांनी निवडलेले आहेत, मी असं म्हणणार नाही की निवडलेल्या सगळ्याच लोकांचे स्टार्टअप्स लवकरात लवकर त्यांनी सुरू करावे, परंतु ज्यांनी याच्यामध्ये भाग घेतला, दोज आर द कंटेस्टंट्स, आय एम व्हेरी मच प्राऊड टू देम की त्यांनी ॲटलिस्ट त्याच्यावरती विचार करायला सुरुवात केली की येस देअर इज समथिंग, दीज प्रॉब्लेम्स आर देअर अँड दॅट नीड्स टू बी टॅकल. सो मी त्यांच्यासाठी पण आय एम व्हेरी मच थँकफुल अँड कॉंग्रॅच्युलेट देम, दोज हू हॅव पार्टिसिपेटेड अँड दोज हू हॅव रिवॉर्डेड. दे आर ऑल्सो, आय एम व्हेरी मच होपफुल दॅट दे शुड स्टार्ट विथ देअर स्टार्टअप्स, दे शुड कम विथ द बिग कंपनीज. आता जसं कांदा आपण म्हटला, जसं सर आत्ता मला सांगत होते की VC सर की कांदा हा आपल्याकडचा आपण अख्ख्या महाराष्ट्राला आपण पुरवतो, अख्ख्या भारताला आपण पुरवतो आणि इव्हन आपण याला एक्सपोर्ट पण करतो. सो दॅट क्वालिटी नीड्स टू बी मेंटेन्ड ॲट द लेवल ऑफ इंटरनॅशनल स्टँडर्ड्स, आणि त्याच्यासाठी आपल्याला त्याचे जे काही पॅरामीटर्स आहेत त्या पॅरामीटर्सवरती काम करावं लागेल. बट आय हॅव नॉट सीन ऑल ऑफ युअर स्टार्टअप, युअर प्रोजेक्ट्स, बट आय एम व्हेरी मच थँकफुल अगेन दॅट I came late. I feel very sorry for that, and I'm very thankful to the audience for the coming here. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you, sir. And on behalf of MGM University and Discover Labs, we thank all our speakers, partners, faculty members, students for making this summit truly meaningful and impactful. Thank you very much for being part of this journey, and have a wonderful day ahead.